kind of full-fledged conservative revolution, I think is global. Is global, this conservative revolution. My interest deeply comes from that. Like those who are interested in democratic transformation, in emancipation, should look on the other side and try to understand it better and systematically. And this is a workshop dedicated to that. Is mainly based on qualitative studies. Is a first step. So the idea is to also to connect a little bit with. There is a network that studies these things. Balcha is at the core of it. There is a conference in Uppsala in January. So nothing. That's the idea. I do think that those who are interested in emancipatory politics should be systematically interested in what is going on with this what can be called the conservative revolution. Right? So it's not only a wave. I think is to use a metaphor, mar de fondo. Right? So I think it's really something deep going on and growing. Okay. So without further ado, I give the floor to Christos to present very briefly Balcha. We are a bit late. So
okay. Wait a sec. Okay, so hello from me as well. Thank you for joining us today. For those of you who don't know me, I work here at the Department of Political Social Sciences at UPF, Pompeu Fabra University. And I'm as part of the Johns Hopkins Pompeu Fabra Public Policy Center. I'm Associate Professor in Environmental Social Science. So I don't know, how do you want us to do that? Present each one individually, like before they start, or present all of them now and that's it?
That's what you decide.
Okay. So I thought perhaps just, present people all together now so that we can go straight to the presentation. So Balcha, who will be doing today's first presentation, is head of research of the Dama Research Institute in Montenegro. The first public polling and social research agency in the country. So I understand his interests include political communication of climate change and radical ideas, as well as these political ideologies and not-bad fellows in social theory, what I think Camille was mentioning now. He's the author of the very recently published book, Far-Right Ecologism, Environmental Politics and the Far-Right, which is published by Routledge. Now for our second presentation, we'll have Irina Velikou, who's here with us as well. She's a senior researcher at the Center for Social Studies, or CES, at the University of Coimbra in Portugal. She will talk to us about food sovereignty between populism and progressivism. Irina works on socio-environmental conflicts in post-communist Europe with very important contributions on those topics within political ecology, and she's currently the principal investigator of the Just Food project, looking at issues related to food justice. Mihaela Mihai will follow. Mihaela holds the chair of political theory at the University of Edinburgh, and she will be presenting us her paper, Far-Right Anti-Colonialism, Religious Nationalism and Images of Nature in Post-Communist Romania, which she has co-authored with Camille Ungureanu, whom I'm not going to present because you all know, and if you don't know him, you have to leave the room now. Mihaela works in contemporary political theories. She's now the PI of an interdisciplinary network for the study of environmental emotions, and the author of a recently published monograph on political memory and aesthetics of care, The Art of Complicity and Resistance, by Stanford University Press. And finally, we have Camille Parvu with us, who is here again physically present. He's an associate professor at the University of Bucharest. He will be talking to us about mainstreaming far-right ecologism in the case of Romania. Camille works on political theory, theories of democracy, political representation, social movements, as well as on issues related to social environmental policies. And he's the author of the book Populism, Rhetoric and Political Representation, The New Democratic Challenges, published by Bucharest University Press. Now, very quickly, each presentation will have 30 minutes at its disposal. Presenters will be talking for 15 to 20 minutes. You can tell me beforehand if you want me to let you know. Well, I will let you know when it's 15 minutes, and you decide if you want to carry on or stop there. And then you will leave 10 or 15 minutes to the next, for Q&A, okay, for your paper. So, without further ado, I pass the word to Balcha.
Thank you so much, Christos. Thank you, Camille, for the invitation and for the introduction. We are having some technical difficulties with the PowerPoint presentation, so if I may be allowed to share my screen. that would be great. If not, then I'll simply go without the PowerPoint, if that's all right.
Can he send it to your email?
Yeah. Balza, can you send me your presentation and I can upload it from here?
I'm trying to send it to you, but something is horrible with, something's wrong with my internet. And the presentation has 11 megabytes, so it may be that, I cannot upload it, basically.
Do you want to begin with someone?
Alex, would you like to begin with Alexandra and Michaela or Camille, and then we switch to you?
That's all right too. Apologies. I'll try to. I can try to resolve the thing. I can go without the presentation as well, but it would have been more, I guess, interesting for the audience.
Go on. Yes.
Yeah, let's go without it.
Yes.
Don't worry. I mean,
We have the text as well, right?
we have the text. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay, so
Thank you.
So should I go without the presentation then?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alrighty then. Just to check it first. Actually, I can share the screen if that works.
Great.
That's- Is that all right? Okay, perfect. Thank you so much for having me once again, and I'll try to be as fast as I can so that we have more time for the Q&A. Those who had the chance to listen to me talk, I don't know if there are any in the room, know that I'm a big fan of storytelling. Stories can be and usually are compelling ways to capture the often complex and multifaceted phenomena that we face on pretty much daily basis, and that we do not always find easy to wrap our head around. Stories give purpose, stories call for action, or sometimes simply depict what we are kind of trying to convey. Each of the chapters of the book, and the title you can see on the screen, that is being presented today starts with some of these stories. I want to give you an extra one, the one that is actually not in the book, a story that is not included, possibly for all the good reasons. Book presentations, or such as this one, are usually occasions where one is supposed to, shine and present their research in the most promising of all ways. This will not be the case today, as I will start the presentation with an anecdote that got me thinking whether this entire project is one that is seriously hindered by the validity issues. And this is not necessarily the case with far-right ecologism, but with any elite interviews. But enough of me talking, let's start with the actual story. The story is about the guy in the picture who's a highly prominent leader of the far-right in one of the countries this book is about. We met at an informal far-right event in Warsaw after the Marsz Niepodległości, the March of Independence, in 2018, if I recall. And it's quite of a long story to explain how I got admitted to that event. But anyhow, this guy in the picture was quite inebriated that evening. He had quite a few drinks. I had quite a few myself. And after a couple of drinks, he felt the urge to be very loud-mouthed and bigoted. And he was saying all kinds of, to me, distasteful things, such as, fuck Muslims, etc., etc. Apologies again to anyone in the room who may be offended, but these were his words, as he was basically trying to stand his ground, or better said, not to fall on the ground. That same evening, this person in the picture promised me that I will have the chance to visit him at his headquarters, at his place where he's doing politics, so to speak. And I took him up on the invitation. We met again a few weeks later in the place where he's based. And what was interesting is that the account that he gave me from the warmth of his headquarters on environmental politics was notably different from the one that he originally gave me that night after the march. On that night of the march, he was basically ridiculing environmentalists. He was saying that, environmental politics are a thing for flaky liberals and leftists. And then behind the table of his office, he was giving me this account on how his party intends to be more involved in environmental politics, and he actually delivered on that promise because his party now has a green wing. The thing about this story is that the purpose of this story is to say that basically the findings of this book, much as I did my best to ensure the reliability, validity, and ultimately generalizability of the findings, should be as probably anything else in this world and anything else when it comes to qualitative research and elite interviews taken with a pinch of salt. What is this far-right ecologism about? To try to explain it to you in 2 slides. And why is there even a need to come up with such a coinage? I'm basically asking myself questions and I'm responding to them in an attempt to explain why I even wrote this book. The first question is, why is there even a need to invent a concept such as far-right ecologism? We already have eco-fascism, you've all heard of. We already have green nationalism, right-wing ecology. There's already a book written about right-wing ecology. And the very short answer is, and this is something that I argue in the book, but I also argue in a piece that was published in Environmental Values in 2020, that eco-fascism as a concept on a conceptual level is way too narrow to explain the breadth of the contemporary far-right engagement with environment. What I basically argue is that eco-fascism is only a small chunk of this far-right ecologism spectrum. And that small chunk is the most extreme one. Being the most extreme, it's also arguably the least common. And I argue that the contemporary far-right engagement with environment is, again, much, much broader. It derives some of its content from conservatism, from populism, from nationalism, but it does not necessarily have to do with killing people, resorting to violence, and echoing fears of overpopulation or of some misanthropic solution. The second question, again, I understand that my answers are possibly not satisfactory, but I'm kind of trying to cover vast grounds here, vast space. What makes this book different from other books and other works on the topic? Since 2019, there's been a lot of research on this topic. And that research has, among other things, led to the publication of, to my knowledge, 3 books in English. One is by Bernhard Poschner, Far Right in the Environment, published by Routledge. The other one is by Andreas Malm and the Zetkin Collective, White Skin, Black Fuel. And the third one is by Moore and Roberts, Eco-Fascism and the Climate Crisis, something along these lines. Again, I'm trying to recall the exact titles, and pardon me if I'm not being correct. But what makes this book, this particular book, interesting is not only that it focuses on 2 particular cases, but that it tries to extract, in a theoretical sense, the building blocks of far-right ecologism as an ideology, as a set of outlooks more or less coherent about the world. Now, if any of you have done research on political ideologies, which I assume all have, you know that ideologies can be as inconsistent as they come. So in writing this book, I'm not arguing that this is a super coherent set of worldviews that you are likely to find in each of the instances, irrespective of these or beyond these 2 cases. But I'm basically arguing that some of the building blocks that this book is about are essentially found pretty much everywhere. Another unique selling point of the book is that it is based on ethnography. I started with qualitative interviews. This was my original method, the plan for the research. But these interviews have somehow morphed into what I called incomplete ethnography. I'm not going to talk too much about incomplete ethnography, but it relates to the anecdote at the beginning. Ethnography that has a lot of flaws. And the third selling point is that the book focuses on Eastern Europe, which I think is very important, not only because there's a dearth of research on this region, but also because I think Eastern Europe can be very useful and particularly instructive for developing a generalizable framework such as far-right ecologism. what is the core argument of the book? Finally, that basically far-right ecologism is an ideology, the thesis of the book, so to speak, that is yet to realize its full potential in political practice. So far-right ecologism is not that big of a thing yet. We shouldn't be blowing it out of proportion. This is something to be very careful and cautious about. But at the same time, given the trends in relation to climate crisis, but also in relation to the mainstreaming of the far-right, we are highly likely to see more of it in the future. How is this book structured and why? It has 5 chapters. Beyond the background chapters, what I suggest, the book is organized in accordance with the building blocks of this ideology, as I said, in accordance with the central concepts that constitute far-right ecologism. And the concepts are listed on this slide, if you can see them: Manichaeanism, organicism, naturalism, nostalgia, autarky, spirituality, and authority. And now, if you look at each of these concepts in isolation, there is nothing particular far-right about each of these. Perhaps Manichaeanism, this distinction between the good us and the evil them. And this is exactly my point with the book, that each of these concepts is likely to be found in other political constellations and in other political ideologies. And this is exactly why far-right ecologism, as a set of ideas, gets quite often unnoticed in the mainstream. So this is something that I would really like to highlight. Then another thing in relation to this is that it causes problems. So the fact that there are so many overlaps between the mainstream and far-right ecologism, or far-right ecologism and other ideologies for that matter, is that there's a problem of developing counter strategies to far-right environmental communication. Exactly because of that, exactly because of this, what is so bad about nostalgia for the past environments? What is so bad about, say, organicism, believing that nation consists of certain organs that are interrelated, that need to be protected. And in terms of the structure, each of the chapters, as I said, starts with a story about one of my interlocutors, and these stories are emblematic of this incomplete ethnography on a more theoretical level. Okay, the thing that you can see in the picture are far-right leaders with pets. This is not something you're highly likely to see, right? Or this is not something you would expect. Then again, the standards of political communication are quite blurry, and why wouldn't the far right be allowed to take, cute pictures with animals? Basically, what I argue is that we should be prepared for anything in contemporary political communication. And this has to do with the fact, the fact that this far-right ecologism even exists has to do with history. There's a very long and broad and rich history, and I think some of the papers are kind of engaging with it as well, of the right-wing thought and environmental thought. So this intersection has been quite broad, and I'm not going to talk about it too much today for the sake of time and for the sake of your attention as well. But even though this book explicitly deals with a bundle of far-right arguments that are related to the environment, such as the belief that nation and nature form a one and indivisible unity, such as the belief that immigrants are polluting our homeland, such as the belief that we should be autarkic and self-dependent as much as we can in terms of relying on our own nature, our own domestic species. Far-right ecologism, as I said, is not only a property of far-right parties. It exists well beyond the far-right spectrum. And how do I know this? I can say I was told by a friend, but sometimes the anecdotal actually can help in understanding what we are on about. On the left-hand side, you can see a duck, obviously not a real one, crossing the Thames Bridge. The meme is, if you recall the beginning of the pandemic, nature is healing, we are the virus. This meme is obviously ridiculing it, or this post, it's not really a meme. The kind of posts that flocked with Twitter following the emergence of the pandemic. And, if you think that only a small group of people fell prey to such potentially misanthropic messages because, nature is healing, we are the virus, means that the virus needs to be kicked out of the, has to be removed from the organism. If you think that this was only a thing of the, few people who were kind of deluded or misled, then what do you make of Josep Borrell's statement that Europe is a garden and the rest of the world is a jungle? I'm sure many of you recall the statement. Then again, if you find these two examples to be me removing things from context and kind of trying to overblow the importance of far-right ecologism, don't worry, because I was thinking the same. And I tested these and similar messages on a sample of environmental activists. This will be coming forth. This is not really a part of the book. This will be coming forth with an article in the Journal of Political Ideologies. I tested a set of statements that I believe could resemble or could constitute a slippery slope to far-right ecologism. And the one on the left-hand side is a prime example. The nation, nature, and society are an organism / garden that can grow, but it can also die if not defended from the pests. And the blue part of this circle are the respondents, that is environmental activists, who either strongly agreed or agreed with the statement. And you can
Balsa,
see
you
that
have
this
5
was
minutes
close.
left.
Yeah, and this is close to 90%. Hence the worrying look of Zygmunt Bauman on the right-hand side. So what my book does, basically, being the work of predominantly environmental theory, is trying to understand how these organizations, these parties, these movements that you can see on the slide, are engaging with environment, but also how they form discursive bridges with the non-far right. In spite of not being an activist, I also hope that this book will basically assist or be of help for the environmentalists to recognize and come to terms with these blind spots. Now, why these blind spots occur? Again, apologies for obviously the symbols on the slide. This is an example of an international eco-fascist organization called Green Line Front, the organization that is no longer functioning. It had its chapter in Poland, and I spoke to the members of the Polish Green Line Front, now called Ecollective. And what was interesting to me is that these people it is not very easy to identify that they belong to the far right. It takes some time to talk to them and to figure out, to come to that moment. And that moment for me was an ethnographic realization that my respondents are essentially far right, or that they are buying into the anti-humanist, xenophobic, sexist, and all kinds of phobias out there in relation to human beings. What is interesting about the far-right engagement with environment in the cases that I looked into, so Hungary and Poland, is that they're very symbolically savvy. And because of that, the far-right is using environment not only to advance its ideological appeal, but also to kind of bring voters, bring new, especially younger voters who are interested in this issue. On the left-hand side, you can see a poster by Jobbik, formerly extreme right party that I'm sure many of you have heard of. And the poster says basically Zöld nacionalismus, green nationalism, veda kornyezetet, veda hazard, protect the environment, protect your home. And what is interesting about the image is that the tree that is being held by the hand is in the shape of the pre-Trianon Hungary, that is the greater Hungary that existed before the end of the First World War as a part of the Austro-Hungarian monarchy. So there's this historical revisionism that is present in this claim for the environmental protection that is very subtly, or not so subtly after all, since the tree is quite central, presented in the environmental communication. On the right-hand side, this is a picture from a protest by Młodzież Wszechpolska, the All Polish Youth, the Polish far-right organization that was protesting air pollution in major Polish cities. And what they did as a tactic is they put masks on the statues of historical monuments. And what is interesting is that they did this before the pandemic. I'm quite sure that they would not repeat this tactic again, knowing their stance towards towards the pandemic. Finally, just a couple of points, maybe takeaway points to think about. One of the takeaways of the book is that the far right is moving increasingly towards climate acceptance. So far right is less and less buying into climate skepticism. Part of it has to do with the increasing scientific evidence that obviously climate change is happening. But part of it has to do with the fact that the far right is realizing that this topic brings money. And especially the far right in power has really capitalized on that. I engaged with environmental communication of Fidesz and PiS, the ruling parties. Now PiS is a formerly ruling party in Poland. And I saw that they really try to invest in environmental projects and that their governments are trying to engage with this issue a lot more. So with that, I will actually stop. I had a bunch of messages, which I hope I will have the opportunity to disclose in the Q&A. But nonetheless, I look forward to your questions, answers, comments, suggestions, anything that may be of interest.
Thanks
Thank
a
you
lot.
once again, and looking forward to the Q&A.
Thanks a lot, Balsa. So we have 10 minutes for questions. Who wants to begin?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes,
Balsa,
finally.
I'm just curious, how did you enter the field? The methodological boring questions, I find them the most interesting stories. So you said you started drinking and you ended up in an event. I want to hear the juicy details, because we are supposed to do ethically informed and all that. So I'm curious.
Okay. Well, let's do what Camille says. Let's collect questions. If there is another question in the room or online. Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Balsa. I could only check some parts of your book, but I was wondering your views on the contamination or the pollution from the center, the centrist parties, and this slippery slope that you mentioned. If you could expand a little bit more this argument. Thank you.
Hi, Balsa. Thank you for the presentation. Just a question concerning the range of far-right movements and parties that you looked at. Is there a difference between the newer ones and those that have a longer continuity over the last 10, 20 years in evolution? Asking whether the new ones start directly with the environmental position, whether the older ones had to evolve and to change somehow.
Alexandra? Lucia?
Just briefly, thank you. That's a very interesting presentation. I was curious, you could just dive a little bit more, if you have time, on the reasons, if you could trace the reasons for this turn, for why, you mentioned a few, but maybe talk a little bit more about why there's more engagement with, so why they turned from denialism, let's say, to more, let's say, investing in this party. So if you got a little bit more information on that, it's really interesting also for us. Thank you.
Question? No, I don't think so. Yes.
Balsa, maybe a last question. I was a bit struck that you use Eastern Europe. I mean, Polish people and Hungarians, they get really pissed. No, we are Central Europe. But I'm going to ask you, because you said, well, you can't generalize starting from these two cases. And the question that I wanted to ask you, is there anything specific that you see in these two cases?
Okay, I think you have already quite a lot on your plate, and we have like 6 minutes for answering, okay?
Yep. This will be a cocktail of half-baked responses, I'm afraid, but let me give it a try. So the first question with respect to entering the field, that would take quite a bit. I wrote a chapter on the incomplete ethnography, relating it to my hardships in the field. How I got in touch with these people, email was always the first and the most formal part, but I also used Facebook. And this was the very first thing, like when you're talking to a nationalist, they pull out a phone and they ask, what's your name, type it here, and then they add you on Facebook. So now my Facebook friends, the Facebook feed is very, is replete with all kinds of odd posts and messages and stuff like that. In terms of obtaining the ethical clearance, it was also a very tricky thing, of course, due to security reasons. But there are a few caveats that need to be taken into account. First of all, with respect to my positionality, being a male and doing the research on these things is very important. The second of all, being a male and visually kind of, I don't know what would be the best term to use here, but being visually compatible with what they expect to see from a male. I hope I'm being clear enough here, because I literally had respondents telling me, this guy looks like a liberal, referring to someone. And this is not obviously a good thing if you're a researcher of the far right. So I apparently did not look like a liberal enough to them, and that was quite helpful. All joking aside, there were a lot of things in relation to positionality that I wrote at length in this chapter, and I'll be happy to send it to you if you or to anyone else who may be interested. The second question, or then again, not sure if I got them right in terms of the order, the role of centrist parties and the slippery slope of far-right approaches. This piece that will be coming out in the Journal of Political Ideologies analyzed how activists can be susceptible to endorsing some of these individual statements that are potentially problematic. I'm not saying they're straightforwardly hateful, genocidal or anything along these lines, but the susceptibility, even on an item level, on the level of a statement, is quite telling to me. In terms of the actual party, the centrist parties, they are opting usually for this kind of an ecological modernization discourse. So, investing money, technologically advancing to respond to environmental issues, etc., which is quite ideologically bland. So there's not much for, the new, younger voters who may be interested in these issues. And I think that it is exactly because of this ambiguity behind ecological modernization that sort of allows centrist parties to be either co-opted by far-right ecologists or to co-opt far-right ecologism as such, because it gives some ideological substance. When we say that our nation is our homeland and our nature, our home, the oikophilia of Roger Scruton, this kind of resonates. This is a very powerful sentiment, and it adds to this blah blah policy proposals that are quite technocratic in that respect. Again, piecemeal answer, but the best I can give in the provided time frame. Is the new far right more interested in the environment than the older one? Far right landscape in these two countries is very much changing, and it is continually changing. But yes, I would say this is definitely the case. The guy from the beginning of the story is the leader of a newer far right party in one of the two countries, and his decision to have a green wing of his party is, I think, quite informed by the current trends, and it sort of shows. So the far right will definitely engage more with it. What I also see is that if you look at the electoral manifestos, so if you look at the political manifestos of parties, you see that environment hasn't changed much, like in terms of scope. It is still number 9 or number 10, point 9 or point 10 in the overall electoral program. So not very high on the agenda. But there is more text allocated to these parts. So even in that content analysis kind of a thing, activity, you see that the far right is now realizing that they actually have something to say, or have to offer something on the issue. Eastern Europe, great question. It would again start me going on a rant, but I will refrain from doing so because of the time. in using the term Eastern Europe, and in trying to generalize from Eastern Europe to, using Eastern European cases to generalize, I'm trying to do some epistemic justice. This is exactly the term that I use because it relates to the semi-periphery. I see time and again that research, especially in the original language, in the post-socialist domain, the post-socialist realms, is being continuously undermined and overlooked by the West, by the Western scholarship, especially on these issues. The reason why I'm using Eastern Europe, first of all, as a concept is because it allows me to relate it to the post-socialist experience. And to me, post-socialist experience is particularly instructive for far-right ecologism for a couple of reasons. On the one hand, there is a very rich tradition of conservationist thought. So the pioneers of conservationist thought, late 19th and early 20th century, that are usually intersecting with right-wing or nationalist thought. And I found examples in both Hungary and Poland, but there are also examples in Serbia and elsewhere. The socialist experience is also instructive because it kind of has the far right uses the socialist experience in the communist era to refer to, environmental degradation by the leftists. And in response to that, they're trying to offer their own brand, which is also at times bland.
Sorry, Balsa, can you wrap up, please? Because we're past half hour.
Yeah. So essentially, Eastern European as a notion, even though I could refer to East Central Europe as well, but Eastern European means that there's a lot to be learned also from the anti-nuclear movements from the 1980s. And this is another reason where some of the far-right ecologisms of today have been on the rise. That's all I can, again, provide given the time, but thanks for the excellent questions. I'm happy to follow up with more works on this, addressing this.
Thanks, Balsa. Okay, may I suggest that perhaps for all the speakers, some of the questions you may not be able to answer, but then we can bring them back at the end. If we're all on time, then we'll have 5-10 more minutes, okay? So let's move with Irina then. Irina doesn't have a PowerPoint, so you will...
I'm going to improvise, but do you hear me? Do you hear me? Ah, okay. And now you probably hear me. Okay. I prefer not to have a PowerPoint because after realizing what I want to talk about today, I realized that I have to write a new paper. So initially I was planning to present one or the other book chapters that I wrote, which are somewhat connected to the topic of this workshop. And then I realized that it would be interesting actually to create something else. So bear with me a little bit of improvising because I don't normally talk about this topic, and I don't talk about this topic to an audience that is concerned about right politics. I'm usually talking to audiences that are leftist and that are agrarian populist. So I have a hard time kind of positioning myself, but I mean, honestly speaking, and as a socially engaged researcher, I am probably an agrarian populist. So what am I going to do with my identity? I literally ended up writing this book chapter, trying to philosophize, let's say, what is discussed as food sovereignty and agrarian populism, but I also did this for myself, not necessarily as an expression of, let's say, the empirical data that came out of my research with Eco Ruralis and Via Campesina Europe, but for myself to position myself within these discussions about agrarian populism. And this workshop, and Camille, thank you for inviting me, gives me sort of an opportunity to engage with this uncomfortable kind of zone that I inhabit. And it's very interesting because it gives you some sort of neurotic approach to yourself, and I've always been interested in talking about identity and emancipation. So probably some of you are familiarized with the so-called the peasant way, or food sovereignty and via campesina. It's a very famous movement of billions, actually, of peasants all over the world. They have various kind of organizations in Brazil and in Latin America. And the only Eastern European organization that belongs to Via Campesina is Ecoruralis. I happen to know this organization when I was participating to the protests against mining in Transylvania. I'm not going to go into the details about the empirical fieldwork, but when I saw what they are doing as a peasant organization, I was very enthusiastic. I come from a peasant family. I went with all my heart there. Oh, guys, you have seeds, you are reproducing seeds. I was happy. So for me, that was how I entered the field. We were not sharing drinks like balsa, but we were sharing tomato tasting from the autonomous local seeds and varieties of Romania. It was such a beautiful utopia, no? It was a bit of a, I'm not being ironic, I was actually enjoying this, and I still enjoy being part of this movement. The first time being part of this project and working with this organization, doing interviews with these peasants, assuming my bias as a researcher and saying that I want to write about what motivates these people to do what they do, pretty much, I understood that there are also other researchers that are testing, let's say, the field through a different perspective. And that's when I met Mamonova. I don't know how many of you have heard of this agrarian sociologist, Mamonova. She's great, but her approach was more like your approach. You should have invited her here. But anyway, what I'm saying is that she was interviewing the same kind of movement, agrarian populist movement, wanting to see to what extent it is actually emancipatory from a leftist perspective, because oftentimes the peasants and the members of this organization are I like to quote Boras here, unbearably close to far right. And this is the beginning of the discussion, no? So Mamonova was giving us, not just me as a researcher, but also the Ecoruralis as practitioners and peasants and organizers from a leftist perspective, they were giving us an uncomfortable kind of encounter. So they were telling us, what do you do to overcome this unbearable closeness with the far right? And of course, the unbearable closeness was also something that the agrarian leftist movement is aware of. Boras, being a famous agrarian sociologist, writing about this, especially in Latin America, and he talks about how important it is to start talking about emancipation exactly at this boundary between the different populisms, and this boundary being so porous and blurred and ambiguous. And that's where I felt uncomfortably good, because this is what I was also trying to engage with, but I didn't know how. So I started talking to Mamonova and to the researchers who wrote in this approach. And of course, there is no conclusion. Don't think I have a conclusion, but at least we realize that there are certain differences that for those who are interested in understanding what a leftist agrarian politics should look like, there are recipes, let's say. I mean, it's not just far-right rural politics. There are groups of researchers, scholars, and organizations that are also engaged, including in Eastern Europe, engaged in promoting and developing at least an emancipatory politics at the rural level. It sounds very utopian also, but let's say the non-conservative revolution from the point of view of the agrarian leftists are based on 5R. It's a recipe also. The 5 reforms that lead to agrarian revolution are based on redistribution, recognition, restitution, regeneration, and resistance. So even if you can see the repetition of, let's say, nature, family, and nation within the leftist agrarian movements like Via Campesina, it's important to see who are they including, how are they discussing about this. And I would start with a very important definition of nature. So if you look at how nature is defined within these movements, it's very important that they don't talk about nature as being something supernatural. I think this is the starting point. How you look at nature. It's not that it's not often connected with spirituality, which is very hard to attack or to discuss, but it's not necessarily only about something that is outside the human. It's a much more clarity between the interdependency between human and more than human nature. So this is my first observation. If I am to write, something more specific about these differences. And of course, for me, the dearest part is that none of these agrarian leftists, including the movements that I interviewed, are not thinking about themselves only in terms of, let's say, individuals who have to be recognized for some sort of like specific virtues or merits, but they are thinking about themselves as a community that is interested in justice. So this justice, again, looking at what constitutes justice and recognition is another interesting way to get into how to distinguish between the two types of, let's say, populism and ecologism. And of course, there are many others, and I think besides nature, the discussion about family and the discussion about race are essential. That is why, let's say, agroecologists and agrarian politicians are talking a lot about intersectionality and transnationalism. So these two values are definitely the most important that distinguish them from the far right. There cannot be any revolution without that is only national, so that's very clear. And there cannot be any revolution without what agrarian sociologists call the classes of workers. So developing a class consciousness and realizing the heterogeneity of that and realizing the connection between worker peasants that always has been the dilemma of leftists. So I don't know if I have more time. I do have? Okay, I was trying to be short and now I have too much time. I would just finalize this distinction, let's say, that it just gave me the idea that I can look at the layers of similarity and distinctions between the two populisms and why it's important to understand these differences not only as emancipatory in themselves, but also as a, I don't know how to say, I find it very sad that we don't take sufficiently into account the need to reclaim what they say, to reclaim populism from a leftist perspective. So I'm still a believer in reclaiming populism, let's say. But with a very clear critical analysis of material and relational conditions of these discourses. So in the end, for me, trying to position myself within, I tend to go back again and again to my, let's say, I wouldn't say ideological, but my political self-reflective kind of position about not only what constitutes emancipation, but actually what constitutes politics. Because for the author that I mostly use to theorize about this, who is Jacques Rancière, the political is emancipatory. The rest is just post-political. So that's the first thing. And the second thing is that the political can only start with various forms of de-identification. And this connects my work with the environmental justice work, which is very much part of the leftist agrarian populism. So it's not just about nature, it's about environmental injustice. What is environmental injustice? It's not about nature per se as outside humans, it's about who gets to be included and excluded in all kinds of consensus-making processes. So you start from a different kind of premise about the subject of the political, that in itself is emancipatory. And then the question is, which is the most, let's say, delicate question for an agrarian populism, that to a certain extent it needs to reclaim the figure of the people. What is the figure of the people? For them it's the proud peasant. So here is again the contradiction, or what seems to be the blurred boundary between the two. If you reclaim this identity of the proud peasant, how do you distinguish yourself from the right? And it's very hard. It's very hard. I mean, it's clear that in the movement in Romania itself, I could see that some of the members themselves prefer to go to and vote and become part of the far right of the Alliance for United Romanians or something like that. I can't even think about that. It's a struggle at the most intimate, personal, and collective level, and it has to do with how one identifies himself as a political subject. That is why I always go back to what constitutes identity and emancipation. Like, what is the role of identity in emancipation? And my favorite, let's say, thesis is exactly de-identification, which doesn't mean that you don't have an identity, that's impossible, but it means that you do not practice what is called fixed identities like the far right. You accept the fluidity of identities, the multiplicity of identities, the intersectionality of identities themselves. So you really need to have a self-reflective kind of approach to identity as a political subject. Of course, this is my theorization. It's not necessarily happening in the movement that I look at, but I look for every possibility. And the possibility that I found is the so-called, the latest declaration of the United States, not God, ONU, how do you say, United Nations Declaration for the Rights of Peasants. And it's interesting when you discuss about this declaration within the collectives of Via Campesina and in the text itself, it's very interesting that they never talk about the proud peasants, and they talk about what I talked earlier, about the different classes of rural and non-rural laborers. So I think this is a very smart movement, and it probably has to do with their dedication or commitment for intersectionality and transnationalism, because otherwise they wouldn't have put there the diversity, so they talk about constituencies. They don't talk about national identities or anything like that. And constituencies are precisely these heterogeneous kind of classes of workers all over the world. It doesn't matter if they have or they don't have land. So how they define the members, I finished. How they define the members within the programmatic policies of UNDROP, the so-called UNDROP, is very important. And this is what they are trying to do nowadays in Europe and in Romania to promote this declaration of the rights of peasants and other workers. So it's a very interesting title of this declaration. And that in itself, I think, it's a sign, or it's an indication of this self-reflective positionality as what constitutes a political subject, no? That's it.
Irina, you can continue for 3 minutes if you want.
I'm done.
Okay.
I'm done.
So thank you. Irina has been very generous. She has left 3 more minutes for our Q&A. So you have 12, 13 minutes. I'm going to take first Balsa. No, Balsa is uploading. He doesn't have a question. Do you have a question, Balsa?
I was both uploading and I have a question.
Okay, so I'll take Balsa and then Mihaela.
Okay. Thank you so much for the presentation. My question is, it really is more of a comment / provocation, whatever. You mentioned that who, each of these, both theoretical but also like in terms of practice, these movements include and what they include. And this is also very important for the justice component and also the intersectionality part. I'm interested whether you thought of whom these movements exclude and on what grounds, because I think that is also quite important when it comes to thinking about environmental justice, but also populism. Each imaginary, each outlook on the world has to exclude someone or something, and perhaps inverting the puzzle would be of help to come to an answer to what is really emancipatory in that sense as well. Thanks.
Mihaela, please.
Thank you so much, Irina. I learned a lot from your presentation and from your paper. I am completely ignorant of the movements you're examining, so I hope this is not completely off. But I was wondering, in relation to your to the discussion of how these activists define the people and define nature, whether there is perhaps space for another form of this identification at work, and namely from anthropocentrism. Is there a weakening of an anthropocentric understanding of justice? Is there a weakening of an anthropocentric understanding of nature? Is there any space within this framework for thinking beyond the human? And I'm also wondering at the second level whether the choice of Rancière as a framework perhaps limits our inquiry into this particular aspect. And I'm thinking of the focus on the logos in the Rancièrean thought, and whether working with Rancière doesn't somehow perhaps foreclose the scientist's attention to the possibilities of going beyond the human. But thank you so much.
Okay, I'll take Camille Parvu first, and then Camilo Ungureanu. Anyone else?
Thank you very much, Irina, for your presentation. Speaking of these proximities and the constellation of broader sets of movements and actors in this field, I was wondering if you followed also this kind of neo-ruralism trends of people coming back from the city into some sort of personal, individual emancipation from the oppressing corporate world and to find emancipation in the rural areas, and how much they're connected to this. Are they part of the same movements? Are they socializing towards a more collective form of emancipation or something like that? I was thinking about the concepts of emancipation, but also the personal trajectories. Where do these people come from? Peasants, but how recent ones, and reinventing themselves as a form of stepping out of the oppressive city corporate environments. Thank you.
Okay, thanks a lot, Irina. I fully agree with you that that's to think of populism in terms of emancipation is possible. There is democratic populism, can be agrarian. My question maybe is related to Balcha's and a little bit Mihaela's. Namely, it just seems to me that this idea of politics of Rancière is exclusivist. I mean, is exclusive of a variety of ways of doing politics. Politics is, he says, what I like, what I prefer, right? And I think that this is just, well, it's exclusivist, and I'm worried about that, right? And the second question is related to how Via Campesina, I had to look at the web, and so on, my knowledge is superficial then, but out of curiosity, indeed, I think it's important what you're doing, because what you're doing is referring to the great relevance of building counter-narratives by taking into, by adopting, by re-co-opting, as it were, key ideas that are at the center of the reactionary discourses. Nation, family, right? So this is fundamental, I think. And the left has a problem with that in general. But still, I wanted to ask you a little bit more about, for instance, the question of the nation, because, and how is it articulated in these discourses, because the only thing you mentioned, I imagine there is more to that, so it's an ignorant question, is about transnationalism, right? It has to be more than that in order to really appeal, I think, to particular people than such an abstract thing as transnationalism may be.
Okay, well, I also have a question. So just to complicate things, I'm going to use Rancière to attack you from the left now, not from the right. So, I mean, simply, I was thinking that, you were talking about emancipation and identification, very interesting. But I was wondering, like, you somehow connected that to the importance of justice, as inclusivity in decision-making. And I was wondering, how can this be compatible with Rancière's idea about democracy being, the always conflictive and disruptive manifestation of the right to equality, of equality. Like, it's the manifestation of equality that makes democracy, and this is always disruptive. And it's a bit complicated to think as to how this can be compatible with an idea of justice that focuses on inclusion, that is a little bit more liberal in a sense, The understanding of democracy becomes liberal. Let's all include everyone, the decision-making process. And then Rancière says, well, it's not really about that. It's about being disruptive continually. And in fact, he says that democracy cannot be institutionalized. So it's just a point to be a little bit nasty with you and see how you can deal with all those things.
Okay. Well, I propose to you to just finish the discussion about Rancière because I don't think it's so relevant. It's just my political position. But for me, I mean, I don't know what you read about Rancière. For me, Rancière defines politics as a clash, which is not just any type of clash or disruption. It's the clash between the logic of inequality, which is usually the logic of power. So you can't just create this clash with whoever. First of all, you have to create it with those who have the power to impose a logic of inequality, which pretty much, let's say in this case, is the right people, let's say, who have more power in the right, if we are talking about the case between the right and the left. And then you have a clash between the logic of inequality and the logic of equality, which is not necessarily about inclusivity, but it's about creating this clash, creating this different visibility for a different kind of regime of sensibility. So he defines it not in liberal terms. He defines it about regimes of visibility and what you can hear, what you can see. It's very aesthetic. I mean, I think there is a lot to learn from him, but I don't want to talk about Rancière, sorry. Just going back to the specific questions, I think it's interesting because I didn't have time to talk, but when I was saying that Mamonova was putting the mirror into our faces, she was doing exactly what the first person who asked me the question, I can't remember, Balsa was asking me, exactly this Mamonova was saying. When she started the same movement together with Hajdu, she said, well, I mean, Ecoruralis simply doesn't have sufficient engagement in Romania with the Roma communities and with the feminist queer. Maybe has a bit of feminist. And of course, I mean, it was not wrong to say that factually, but we need to contextualize this what does ecoruralism mean? Well, it means, first of all, that a few people, like usually three activists that were super overwhelmed with doing activism and doing anti-mining kind of activism, they thought about organizing these. What does it mean to organize peasants in Romania when there are 4 million? It's a huge kind of work. I'm not excusing this. I'm just saying that the fact that in less than 10 years they managed to create a movement, let's say 20,000 more or less peasants, I think it's something to think about it. The fact that they exclude, to whom they exclude, probably unintentionally, is indeed some of the, let's say, more queer feminists. And although there are some Roma peasant members, and I think I will connect here with the question of Camille, because indeed it has to do with the fact that the only peasants who engage much more in strategic and organizational work in this movement are the new peasants, are the, let's say,
the younger generation who maybe grow up in the countryside, they kept a connection with the countryside, they still have maybe family and houses in the countryside, but they have already been going through urbanization and corporate kind of jobs or whatever kind of different jobs, and they decided to emancipate themselves by going back to the rural and creating a different kind of lifestyle. So in many cases, it can be considered a non-political or apolitical. Mamonova also says it's apolitical. They don't want to engage with politics. They just want to do, small-scale agriculture or agroecology. Well, it's controversial. So I mean, it's one. I'm not saying it's not true. I'm not saying. Also, like the fact that they go and try to connect with Eco-Rural, with Via Campesina Europe, it's an effort. I mean, because of Eco-Ruralis, the European Parliament has put on the public agenda the problem of land grabbing as a European problem. This is a policy. This is a huge political moment because land grabbing was considered not a European problem. And together with Via Campesina Europe, Eco-Ruralis did studies, kind of preliminary research, and said, like, we have a huge land grabbing problem. How do we define it? And they started to defining it. And the definition of land grabbing is very different than the definition that the nationalist far right is defining land grabbing. So that's also a very important political and factual and empirical and policy difference. So yes, it was very frustrating because how do you increase the constituency? How do you increase this movement activity in Romania? It's a very difficult struggle. And then how they define the people in a less anthropocentric, this is a question from Mihaela. I'm not sure I understood, but yes, you're right. What can I say? What I can say is that also among the new rural, the new peasants, I did find connections with what we can call a non-anthropocentric perspective. I mean, I have very nice stories about this. I'm not going to tell them now, because, but there is a paper that will come out in a few days, which is called We Grow Earth. We found this expression in one of the interviews of one of these, let's say, non-anthropocentric peasant. And it was very interesting how he was talking about his connection with the land, growing earth. So it's not just about land, growing earth and everything that earth hosts, and how he uses the labor he uses. No, like he collaborates in his labor with his gooses. So I mean, I don't know if this is like what you expect, but it's a very interesting story, and yes, it's a paper that will come out soon.
Thanks. Thank you very much, Irina. And thanks everyone for questions. I think we can move now to Mihaela, please. Do you want to share a presentation or just talk through it?
Yes, I have a presentation. I'll share it right away. Yeah, I need to share the screen. Right, and here. Yeah, does it work? You can see it well? Do you hear me?
Yes, we can see you. Thank you.
Okay, great. All right, so first of all, thank you so much for the invitation to be in such illustrious company. And I should also say this is a fantastic opportunity for me to be in conversation to old friends and teachers, so special thanks for that. I should also say from the beginning that I'm an imposter here. I'm an imposter because I'm a theorist, but I'm also an imposter because I'm new to environmentalism. This is just as a caveat to calibrate your expectations of what you're about to get. I hope I'm not misspeaking here by saying that this paper comes out of a conversation I had with Camille in the summer, and we both felt a sense of urgency, a sense of having to respond to the rise of this party I'm about to discuss now. And we spent the very hot summer imbibed in the poisonous emissions of this party. So I hope this will not translate too much in the way I will do this presentation. The origin of the paper is also to relate it to the excellent paper that Camille and Alexandra wrote together on Vox. And so once I read that paper, I chatted with Camille and thought we have to do the same for our. Now, in terms of what I would hope to get out of this presentation is basically a bit of help from you as experts on these topics. As you will see, you will have seen if you manage to read the paper, we offer a quite granular empirical analysis of these case studies. And we are launching some perhaps provocative or risky arguments, and we'd like to test them by you. And so all feedback is more than welcome, whether it's constructive or destructive. I'm basically here to learn. With these caveats in place, let me get going. So what are the aims of this paper? We are basically examining a peripheral Eastern European variant of FRE to cite Balsa's work, that of the Alliance for the Union of Romanians. And we're trying to articulate two contributions. We want to contribute to the political science literature on the ecological turn by the European far right, and we want to suggest first that our specificity features is that it features a strong theological versions of FRE that often goes well beyond the attention to spirituality, mysticism, and the culturalization of religion. And this is, as you probably suspect, Camille's main contribution and main area of expertise. So all questions about that should be directed to him. But we're also trying to make a second, and here I think perhaps a bit risky argument about the ways in which we have with our contribution to what we call anti-colonial ecological discourses. Now, in the literature on environmentalism, especially the literature in English, in the Anglo-Saxon academia, most of the attention to anti-colonial ecology comes from indigenous activists and leaders within settler colonial states. So we have broad literatures in the environmental humanities, but also in sociology, also in cultural studies that come from that foreground indigenous activist deployment of the language of anti-colonialism in order to make ecological environmental claims. And what these actors do is basically try to recover historically marginalized indigenous knowledges, ontologies, practices, and spiritualities in order to advance a multi-pronged, a complex, very often non-anthropocentric idea of justice. And what our does is that they also, we suggest, articulate an ecological anti-colonial critique of predatory capitalism that also recovers historically marginalized local knowledges, ontologies, practices, and spiritualities, but in the service of an exclusionary, intolerant, anthropocentric politics. So perhaps there is a way in which our paper dovetails with Irina's excellent presentation in the kind of unbearable how did you say, proximity between certain left-wing critiques, anti-colonial critiques of predatory capitalism and some far-right ones. So that's where the tricky territory we're treading. And further, we want to suggest that the discursive sources of our anti-colonial stance are both indigenous and international, and that perhaps enables it to simultaneously speak effectively to Romanian audiences, but also to forge international coalitions with other far-right parties, which is evidenced in the empirical material we look at, far-right parties, both Western and Eastern European, but also, of course, to gain legitimacy among some left-wing critics of predatory capitalism. So again, there is this uncomfortable proximity that Irina so nicely outlined for us. Now, in terms of the data, we looked at their key programmatic documents, the party statute, but also subsequent electoral programs, news feed from our official webpage, videos from the parties and its leaders' YouTube channels, including their parliamentary discourses. We read their books, and there's quite a few of them. We read their articles, their blogs. They produce a lot of material, a lot of material. But also we looked at interviews and statements that were issued to various press outlets from 2019 onwards, but also books and kind of these very programmatic materials that they issued before the party was formed. In terms of the paper outline, in the first section we trace the hour's rise and their conservative revolution, the main parameters of their conservative revolution, and we focus on specific features that we think make it stand out in the FRE camp. As I already mentioned, the complex anti-colonial discourse, but also its commitment to Christian orthodoxy. Interestingly, its lack of interest in what theorists and scholars of far-right ecology called eco-bordering. They're not interested in immigration, but much more in emigration and the healthy reproduction of the nation. But also the fact that they display a modern westernization of their far-right ecology. The second section articulates the party's multi-pronged conceptualization of a divinely ordered nature, which underpins their overall theological understanding of politics, which of course includes their views on the nation, family, gender, sexuality, ecology, justice, you name it. And in the third section, we get closer to the ground and investigate three specific environmental issues. And we looked at representative policymaking and legal initiatives regarding the protection of natural resources and in particular their policies on energy. Then we look at food and agriculture, and thirdly, the protection of forests and their fauna, or what you might understand as inverted commas wilderness. Now, through our analysis, we think that there are four images of nature that are interlinked and that inform their version of ecology, and perhaps here we can see, in the way in which they outline their idea of nature, we can see a little bit how they stand out in terms of the role of theological arguments in their theology. They think of nature as divine creation, which is organized hierarchically with humans in charge as masters and stewards. They also have a versatile, all-purpose normative standards of normality, and they see this natural standard of normality as the foundation of all politics. So the foundation for politics is extra-political. Thirdly, they think of nature as a patrimony belonging to the Romanian nation, who have overriding sovereign rights over its resources. And of course, fourthly, a business opportunity. Nature constitutes a business opportunity for Romanian entrepreneurs who must use its gifts sustainably to advance national interests. And as you can already see, there are great tensions between these four understandings of nature, and we try to tease out these contradictions in the paper. We also think, I don't know how much Camille has bought into that, so don't hold him responsible for this. We also think that they display a hybrid model of several strands of anthropocentric environmentalism, as outlined in Eckersley's classic 1992 book, but they filter it through a nationalist, anti-colonial, and orthodox lens, again, not without contradiction. So coherence is not a virtue in this case. So the four images of nature map onto a mixture of three types of environmental discourse. The first one is resource conservationism. It's a view of environmentalism that combines the principle of sustainable economic development with a concern for the good of the many, not of the few. So a very strong concern with social justice, which translates in the case of our into protectionism, an idea of sustainable development on traditional basis, but also, as I said, a very strong social justice component at the discursive level. A second strand of environmentalism that makes an appearance in their ideological constellation is that of human welfare ecology, which replaces the conservationist focus on sustainable production with an ethos of ecological stewardship that centers human reproduction, human well-being, human health. And this is very strongly filtered through the prism of the nation in ours concerned with food sovereignty, organic agriculture, and their rejection of animal rights and veganism. And last but not least, there's also a certain element of preservationism, which theoretically foregrounds the aesthetic and the spiritual appreciation of wilderness. And so our, as many other far-right movements, has a nationalist psychogeography, and here the focus on the forest, on wilderness, on the delta are quite important. So as I try to show in the paper, there's a mixture of these three elements of environmentalism that get filtered through a nationalist, anti-colonial, and orthodox lens that make our perhaps an interesting variety within the far-right landscape in Europe. I kept talking about contradictions. There are three that we'd like to foreground. The first one is the tension between their commitments to sustainability and to the economic interest of the nation that leads the party very often to adopt a mostly opportunistic position on EU ecological standards. So we have a variety of occasions on which the party very much criticizes European Union sustainability programs, and they invoke all sorts of reasons to reject European Union standards. But on others, for example, in the Băstroie Channel case, they are very much aligned with European ecological standards because it serves their discourse on national sovereignty. Secondly, there is a second contradiction that leads to their critique of post-1989 capitalist exploitation of Romanian natural resources. So they see international exploitation as a form of predatory capitalism. They use the word predatory over and over again. They criticize the predatory exploitation of Romanian natural resources and also, of course, the environmental and economic inequities that it generated. But on the other hand, they still remain we could say trapped within a capitalist imaginary that foregrounds small c capitalist exploitation of the national resources, but by Romanian entrepreneurs. And here they are quite comfortable with the exploitation of fossil fuel and of other resources on sovereigntist and also xenophobic grounds. So that's a second contradiction within the way in which they imagine the economy. And last but not least, I think something quite interesting, and that also sheds light on the way in which they conceptualize religion, the ways in which they think about the theological underpinnings of politics. There is a radical tension, I think. I don't know if Camille has bought this idea yet, between their idea that the nation's earthly growth and well-being has to be protected. And that requires a concern with environmental degradation, and that requires a political stance on ecology. It requires a set of policies. It requires a set of legislative initiatives that protect ecology in relation to the nation. So it requires a politics, an environmental politics, and a Christian eschatological optimism which trivializes earthly environmental concerns and dismisses as hysterical the neo-Marxist invocations of the environmental apocalypse. So I think they are trapped, and this has to do with the origin of the party and the two leaders, one of whom comes from a nationalist, environmentalist, activist background, and the other one coming from, he would like to call himself a philosopher, but I think he's a philosopher who basically universalizes a specific form of nationalist and uses theology in order to underpin the party's values. And it's for the philosopher or theologian, if you will, there is this very explicit tension between a sense of political mission and on the one hand, and the sense that salvation is not in this life. And so a lot of the concerns, including ecological concerns, are basically trivial in the greater scheme of theological things.
15 minutes.
I'm going to stop here.
Okay.
I'm done.
Perfect.
Look, thank you. I'm on time. So thank you so much for your attention. And of course, we look forward to your questions and your suggestions especially.
Thanks a lot, Mihaela. Questions?
Can I start?
Okay. Let's start with Irina, go to Mark, and then to Camille, and also Balsa.
I don't even know what to start with. I really enjoyed reading this paper and getting super frustrated with it. Mihaela, God, I admire, first of all, just like I admire your patience to read all this crap. Sorry.
No, no.
Oh
That's
my
the
God.
descriptor.
It's really incredible, and also like I know that this guy, what's his name,
Terziu.
I always call him Eugen, but it's not Eugen, it's Simeon George. This guy really infiltrated himself a lot in the Roșia Montana movements. He collaborated with ecologists. I mean, he learned from the best. He really took everything from these movements. And then, like, you know, he transformed it into the normality that is a, it's very unbearable, no? The normality of religion, Orthodoxism, like you say very well, and the normality of the family. I want to bring some optimism into the table. I mean, when the referendum happened, there was a lot of mobilization. Eco Ruralis itself mobilized a lot of the activists to vote against. I don't know if people here know that it was a referendum that was supposed to change the constitution so that the only, how was it? The traditional family means only the reunion between men and women, you know, like that kind of super, yeah. And the Eco Ruralis itself was very much involved into that. And I think this is also important to the extent that our knows so well to co-opt the most important topics and themes of environmentalism, broadly speaking. I would like to hear much more about this. I don't know. I just felt uncomfortable with how I would have gone like a little bit more in depth into what constitutes family for our, and how this connects with you know, the very religious deep belief that the woman is evil that needs to suffer. We heard so much about this in Romanian media, and how much it's outrageous and how much it's so non-ecological if you think about it. So, I mean, reading your paper, I realized how much more of an engagement with ecofeminism and queer ecology would an infusion of this into the leftist agrarian populism in order to actually counteract such a deep-seated belief that exists in Orthodoxism, and that it's absolutely outrageous. I don't know what you feel about it, but I mean, this is something that Eco Ruralis was trying to do and is trying to do, organize groups of women and organize discussions about ecofeminism and about queer ecology. And I don't know how much you realize the difficulty of doing that as a social, like as an activist and as intellectuals as well, because a lot of the intellectuals that exist in the urban area don't give a shit communicating with this kind of organizations, precisely because, like, in the Zooms, there were 10 Zooms meetings after the pandemic, and none of the leftist intellectuals that know about ecofeminism and queer participated or tried to get closer to this. And my curiosity is exactly related to social engagement. Why there is no connection between the intellectuals? I mean, you know, I'm talking to myself with my frustration, but I think you know what you mean. I participated to the Zoom.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you. I really enjoyed the paper and the presentation. I would like to hear a little bit more on on two separate things. One thing on the eschatology. All this Christian or religious approach to the apocalypse and the end of times and whatever it is, it also reminds me all this discourse from the left on the collapsology and this very popular movement in France and in other countries. And I would like to hear more about that. If it's more widespread than it looks like, and it's not just like a fringe or a crazy populist extreme right guy proposing that, and have even some friends that really believe on this this transformation of this Christian eschatology into a kind of practical thing, and then they have to build bunkers and know how to do things with their hands and this kind of this crazy thing. It's a bit strange, but it's very popular. And the second point is on something that you did not mention in the presentation, but it's also important in the other paper, in the paper we will present, and it's about this incredible contradiction between all this ecological discourse and then defending protectionism and reindustrialization. And if this is specific of this party, or this is part of the mainstream discourse, that it's contradictory in itself, and it's proposing a moderate or adaptative performance of industrial resources and everything, and at the same time telling you that you should not drop a paper in the wrong recycling bin because it's wrong and so on, right? So it's this kind of contradiction.
Yeah, my own question would be precisely about this theological dimension of your analysis, precisely because it's missing from my own take on this party. And question being, first of all, how representative is Claudiu Târziu and Sorin Lavric? How representative are they in relation to the broader Orthodox Church reflection on nature? Are they splinter groups trying to reformulate something about nature, or are they very traditionalist in this sense? And the second one is there any connection with the neo-Protestant movements, which are politically active a lot, but I wouldn't know at all if they are significant in your own research for that.
Thanks, Kamil. Balsa, it's your turn, and I have one person from the audience here as well. If you can please be brief. Two persons from the audience. If you can please be brief, because we don't have lots of time for Mihaela to answer.
Yep. Thank you very much, Mihaela, for the excellent chapter. A lot of what you presented, I think, resonates with a number of other organizations, especially across Eastern Europe, especially this anti-colonial, kind of anti-colonial sentiment. My question relates to the position of the role of technology. To what extent has the party engaged with it? I had a look at the chapter. There were two brief mentions, but I'm wondering how this technological development, modernization, and technological advancement as a response to environmental issues resonates with this Christian eschatological outlook and the qualms that you were outlining. Thanks.
Thanks, Balsa.
Thank you so much. You can hear me, right, Mihaela? Thank you so much for your presentation. I enjoyed a lot. And I think I'm going to build up upon the Mark's question. Maybe it can help you, because you've been mentioning about this tension that exists with the mission, the political mission, and what is related to the environmental apocalypse, which is one of the major narratives that is still right now. It's going on. And it also was originated in 1960s. And my question is how it can justify, maybe it can also relate with the protectionism, and how environmental apocalypse justifies a sense of urgency, the sense of emergency to act radically right now. Maybe it also can be related to we have to protect the whole natural systems, the whole resources, the biodiversity and other stuff. Maybe you can try to explain a bit more. Maybe it can be also related with the Mark's question about the whole protectionism systems. And that's all. Thank you.
Is it okay for sound-wise? Because I have several microphones in front of me. Okay, so thank you a lot to Kamil to invite me and to put up this workshop. It's sorry?
Can you hear us, please? Someone, can you confirm online if you can hear us, please?
Are you hearing this?
Thanks, Mihaela.
Okay. So, yeah, I'm also rather newcomer to this field in the sense that I was very interested in, again, political theory of representation and populist movements, cosmopolitanism and so on. And now I'm moving towards trying to incorporate environmental studies into this. And my focus on the far-right political party in Romania, AUR, is a bit similar to what the previous presentation by Camille and Mihaela was about. I do have several differences from that paper. First of all, there is very little religious or theological analysis in my own. Second, there are some points of convergence, but also divergence with their own contribution. The paper tries to, first of all, come back to the nature of far-right environmentalism in the case of AUR, but also to propose an interpretation, which is that beyond the fact that AUR, actually, the far-right party, has a autonomous self-reflection on the environment, on nature, it is very much dominating the political landscape in the country to a large degree, for the reason that the mainstream parties have usually adopted this. So they have developed very little of their own environmental positions, reflections, position papers, and so on, legislation, and usually they are reactive, and whenever there is any kind of choice they would have to make to pick up one of the environmental positions, they will usually pick up the far-right one for some reason that we'll maybe discuss later. So this is an amplification of the far-right that is significant, and I think it's more than, the point of this paper is not simply to identify what is specific about the far-right environmentalism, but also to say that actually, in face of it, there is a very willing receptor that will try to actually amplify it and propagate it to a large extent. So that would be the point. The mainstreaming that I'm talking about consists precisely in the fact that the far-right is capable of producing an agenda for environmental politics, and the mainstream political parties will adopt it. If I have to go to the structure of far-right environmentalism in the case of AUR, a bit of convergence but also divergence with what Mihaela and Camille were discussing earlier. I think it's important that to connect it to the populist nature of AUR and its focus on the nation, on the people as a political subject that is really a central point. And whenever discussing about the environment, it's important that they deny any kind of opposition between the people itself and its development, its interests, and on the other side, environmental conservation. Or degradation, actually, right? So there is no possibility for the people itself to be guilty of contributing to the environmental degradation. Someone else is always guilty about it. It's not the people. And from this, I think, will come several points as we go along. A second feature of this would be that there is a kind of patrimonial connection between the people and nature, right? It's people's nature. It has some sort of ownership, and it's entitled, and it's exclusive. No one else should have or could have legitimate rights on this. From this goes, in fact, a certain understanding of what exactly is the environment they talk about. And I think that if you think about the environment, it's a different animal than what you find in environmental movements. It's usually a kind of distinction between, on the one hand, something which is a very dematerialized heartland, sort of constructed imaginary territory somewhere that is essential to the identity of the people, of the nation. I take this from an earlier study by Paul Taggart on populism, who identified this heartland as constitutive to populist discourse, right? The imagination that there is somewhere a territory which is pure, perfect, and which is consubstantial with the nation's identity. So on the one hand, you have this kind of constructed imaginary idea of an environment which is dematerialized. On the other hand, when they talk about the environment, it's natural resources. It's very material, and it's very simply put, the commodities that we can use from the nature for our own, for a people's own development. And they kind of shift positions whenever they talk about the environment, and you have to pay attention to which kind of the environment they talk about. Is it the material resources or natural resource that should belong to the people and no one else's, or is it about this kind of imaginary environment? I'm exaggerating a little bit this difference, but I kind of think that it's quite important to understand the distinctions between the far-right environmentalism and other types of environmental concern. There is a distinction as well between our and other far-right political parties, and this is something that Irina is very, she has worked a lot about, the last 10 years. 10 years ago, social mobilizations around Sorosha, Montana, and I would say that that's a foundry kind of moment for a lot of different types of movements. And one of the movements that has kind of continued from then on would be this more far-right nationalistic one that identifies the environment as one of the key concerns, but recodifies it in its own vocabulary. And yeah, it was a splinter group, or one of the groups that were protesting 10 years ago, not maybe the main one, of course, but it was kind of, the environment is a foundational concern for our, if you take some sort of little genealogy of some of these people, whereas for many other far-right parties in Europe, there is a longer continuity, and you can go back to the 80s, back to the 70s, maybe back to the 90s, so there is a longer period in which transformations happen, whereas this one starts directly from a more environmentally minded context. Just as a side note, one of this morning's presentations had these far-right populist leaders with a lot of animals around, and this is specific about our. I think if you think about the animal welfare concerns, to my knowledge, they are way more absent, relatively more absent in ours case than for other far-right political parties. So the animal, not the environment as such, but the animal welfare is less of a concern of my own interest. So this is why I think it's important to, I think here there's a little difference between me and Camille and Mihaela's paper, because they think there is a more elaborate political philosophy of ours, environmentalism. I think that because they focus so much on agents and who's responsible, they are less interested in developing an alternative theory about the structural conditions for environmental degradation, or the structural crisis, right? So they focus on the guilty and not about the causes. The causes are usually persons or people or agents that are doing wrong to the people and to its nature. So this is why I think there is a relatively, of course, comparatively, little critical reflection on the nature of capitalism and its environmental consequences, or interest in alternative theories of economic development. They're more responsible in environmental degradation to identify specific agents, right? The responsible are agents. They are foreigners, internal traitors, and not so much structural conditions. And they compensate that with a lack, this kind of comparative lack of critical deconstructions of capitalism with abundance of conspiracy theories. So they will kind of drop any kind of more or less crazy explanations, precisely because they do not really care for a more substantial critique. Usually the solutions they give is punishment, right? You identify the guilty and put them in prison or something like that, right? So this is, again, focus on agents rather than structures. And it's, of course, a similar range of consequences would be that the environment itself doesn't seem to have actually an intrinsic value. It's usually subordinate or consubstantial to the one of nature. If it's about identity in heartland, it's the same as nature, the same as the nation in a sense, part of this identity. And if it's natural resources, it's just something that you use for your own development. And because it has no intrinsic value, it also means that it has no environment, doesn't really have its own interest that could come into contradiction to the people's interests. So the people's development, the people's industrialization doesn't really hurt the environment, because there are no real, true environmental interests to speak about in this case. If the environment is what I mentioned, is just natural resources, or the heartland that is more or less everywhere in a sense, or not easy to pinpoint unless you have some specific concrete case. I'm going to try to be much faster. How many minutes?
You have 3 minutes left, 3.5.
Yeah, the mainstreaming part, I think it's...
Sorry, 5 minutes. Sorry.
5 minutes, okay. The mainstreaming part would be contextually relative to the Romanian political system, whether there is a kind of far right, far left, sorry, center right, center left grand coalition of parties, and usually they do not really care about developing their own environmental vocabulary. And significant for that is that usually there is a third party that joins the coalition to fill the numbers of deputies and mandates to have majority in the parliament, and that's usually who gets the environmental ministry, right? So the environment ministry usually is either the Hungarian party or some other party that is just there for filling the numbers, and they don't really have, it's not considered to be a substantial portfolio, so that they would prepare their own personnel. They wouldn't really care about producing experts and from party perspective, experts, personnel, civil servants that would fill this position. These are usually relegated to someone else, the junior partner, whatever that would be. What they do, however, is to kind of pick the which is the center-right, center-left political parties. They would really pick the agenda that is already set by the far-right party. And they pick it, and sometimes, not always, but many times they just amplify it because they have exclusive legislative control, right? So they can actually implement policies. So they would go to try to finance, from a legislative point of view, all kinds of legislative proposals that will go on to enact basically the far-right agenda, but under the name of a mainstream position. Which of course raises more systemic questions about the actual difference between the far-right and the mainstream in the Romanian case, but this is a really old question for the political science. Just to mention for the center-left political party, which is usually from the Western European political perspective a bit strange kind of animal, but it's not so strange. There are similar parties in Eastern Europe, in Slovakia, in Bulgaria, very socially conservative leftist parties that are able to sometimes, not always, implement or engage in some sort of more interventionist economic policies, but always coupled with a very socially conservative outlook. So that's something that might explain also why they never yet developed any kind of autonomous environmental policy. I do have two really small case studies to talk about, maybe 15 seconds each. One would be the, sorry? You have 2 minutes. 2 minutes left, okay. So one is the, it's a canal that it's very within the Danube Delta, which is a natural reservation, and which is a protected area, of course, but which is also the site of the Ukrainian cereal grain export. Much of the grain export goes through some of the channels of the Danube channels of the delta, and from that delta there is one small channel which is called Băstroie, which is usually undergoing dredging processes every year because it's a very moving, kind of very sandy environment. So on the one hand, of course, there is a legitimate discussion about the environmental consequences of this, but usually this kind of environmental discussion is absent, and what is really visible is that you have the far right stepping in and discussing this in terms of the delta being a resource that should not be shared, right? The delta, the Romanian delta, is the national treasure, the heartland, right? But it's also our resource. We should use them. If someone has to use it, it should be us, not someone else. And at the same time, right, so there is this kind of shifting description of what exactly is the problem. The problem is that they're touching our treasure and they are destroying our own resources. So we should be destroying the delta in a sense instead of them. So there is a mobilization of the enemy, which is the Ukraine in this case, right? So the danger in itself is not specifically formulated in terms of environmental impact, but in terms of an enemy. There is an enemy, this is what is really mattering, whereas the concrete discussion about what exactly is going on and why should this happen, what's the nature of the environmental problem is always very secondary in this case, right? It's the identification of the agent that is responsible and which should be displaced, that's the priority. If it would be us or the people doing this instead of the enemy, then there is no problem. So there is no intrinsic problem with development itself. And of course, the mainstream political parties took this and amplified this half a year later than the AUR itself did it, and they put it in a very top position. The second one, it's not really environmental, is this later trend of authorization of all kinds of, let's say, insect flowers as substitute or complement for more traditional type of foods. And it has been presented by the EFSA, by European Food Safety Authority, as a, in terms of reducing emissions and sustainable long-term food. And yeah, the AUR, the far-right political party, made a big deal, and the PSD also made a big deal. And this is the last poster. The panettone, yeah. Insect flour, without insect flour.
Produced traditional...
Clean product.
Clean or pure?
Pure, clean, traditional products, which is the panettone, in the Romanian case, cozonac, without flour, insect flour. Traditional flour instead of flour. So this is the governing party who did it, right? So they took it.
Thank you.
Yeah, exactly.
Thank you very much.
This is social democracy.
Social democracy, okay. Thank you very much, Camille. We will give him 10 minutes as well for questions, no? Just to keep with everyone. I think we have time because it's only 3 presentations left and we have more than 2 hours. So, questions for Camille? Yes, please. Do you have the microphone? Yeah. Yes, we will connect. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Camille. I enjoyed a lot your presentation. And I have 2 questions. First, if you can just explain a bit more this distinction between the environment, like imaginary environment you was mentioning, and also this environment more related to natural resources. Just explain it, if you can explain it a bit more. And also, I was wondering, because you were mentioning that since the approach is more toward the foreign and international agents and not much to the environment per se, it's very much what is happening right now in Russia too, because they have a lot of laws for the foreign agents and the punishments. If you can have any policy example that can relate to them too, so if you can explain it, if there's any other policy specifically destined to the foreign agents, like for the punishment, because, for example, in Russia, there is different graduations for that, so you have to, like, you can go step by step until you can end it up in the prison. So I don't know if it's the same case or not. Thank you.
And thank you for the presentation, Camille. I have a question on the idea of on your characterization of the far right in this case. You mentioned this idea of the rightful owners or the real owners, right? And this reminds me what we were talking about before with Christos. In a very radical sense, this is like a very liberal vindication in the Lockean sense of those that I don't know how to say the word in English, usucapion. So the first that work on the land then are the ones that have the right to work on, the right to possess this land. Okay, it could go this way, or it could go the way of a more communal property, as like the romantic fascists would put it, right? So my question is on this possession, on this property of the natural resources and the environment. Is that going in this direction, or is that in this very liberal direction, or is that going in a more communal direction?
We have Michaela as well. Thanks, Mark.
Thank you so much, Camille. This is not so much a question as a small comment that, yes, of course, there is this kind of retributive discourse that emerges in all their materials, but at the same time, and this is where, you know, this discomfort with the proximity with the left comes, I think, is that they're also talking quite a bit about social injustices. They're talking a lot about predatory capitalism, and the agents that they identify are multinational companies enabled by local elites. They're also, of course, talking very much about the abusive privatization of the 90s. They're talking about systemic corruption. So I think it's a little bit more ambiguous. And perhaps one of the things I would also highlight is the fact that they're not talking about a conservative purge, they're talking about a conservative revolution. So they do have a kind of systemic understanding of the problem. Of course, we don't have, you know, when you say they don't have a structural analysis, it depends on what you mean by analysis. But they have, I think, a bit of a structural diagnosis, and they do have a systemic response to the diagnosis that they make. But yeah, I'm very curious what you think. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Mihaela. Verena, I also have a question. Anyone else who wants to join in?
This is, I wouldn't have asked this, but in a sense, Mihaela kind of anticipated. I also liked very much the focus on like what sort of like critique that they are doing, and I like this idea that they are basically, by focusing on agents, they are scapegoating. They're focusing on scapegoating, and it's very typical and simple. And maybe more than kind of avoiding the structural, like Mihaela say, I think what they seem to be avoiding is the contradictions through which the structure or capitalism is reproducing itself. So they like to pick up on the conflicts, which are very easy to transform into scapegoating, but they don't like to engage with the contradictions because this would reflect on their own contradictions. I mean, so if I would be to write a book about what you guys are doing, which is fantastic, you should write in Romanian as well, to be like, I would write about the contradictions of these discourses because it's clear that everything, I feel like everything we have discussed here sounds like a very much a reflection of the contradictions of structural capitalism, and that would be a fantastic way to kind of put the mirror back.
Yeah, I would also like to continue on that line of differences, you know, and the connection between the two papers, the previous one and this one. I'm also wondering to what extent also they highlight, those parties highlight hierarchies, basically, no? And what sort of hierarchies they question, no? I'm sure they do question, but what sort of hierarchies? Because in terms of the differences, no, of potential differences between one discourse and the other discourse, and this goes a little bit, also I find it somehow connected with all this question of anti-coloniality, anti-colonialism, no? Is there any sort of, what sort of differences in terms of, you know, the distribution, the hierarchical distribution of different roles within that system, no? And of different spaces and who speaks where and all that stuff that, you know, far-right wing party questions and non-far right wing, you know, party or movement does.
Thank you all so much for your questions, precisely because this is a still very early take by me, so this is really helping me a lot. In your question about foreign agents, there is not yet a position from that perspective. I know that a lot of the populist far-right parties are really interested in making a list of foreign agents and you know, delegitimizing as traitors or potentially traitors, or the language of traitors is everywhere. Right, so they start by, each of these two cases starts with a denunciation of the traitors. So this is how they inaugurate the environmental crisis. There is some problem, and first of all, there are traitors. There is a treason going on. And this is, but more than this, they don't yet, hopefully not for a long time, have the instruments to actually enact on this in more specific ways. So traitor is a rhetorical device. They don't operationalize this in a legal way because they don't have political power for now. Now, this distinction between heartland and natural resources, heartland, it's a bit difficult to understand perhaps, but it's not an actual specific territory. It can become from case to case, but it's usually either this kind of symbolic hyperbole of a pure nature that was always consubstantial with our peasant identity, right? Irina was speaking about Romanians being fundamentally, historically speaking, a peasant people, so we are part of nature, right? We come from nature. And there is this kind of imaginary about our coming from the forest, right? Why forests are so important in this kind of vocabulary in the far right, because, forests are places where we survived for thousands of years and stuff like that. So there's a whole historiography connected with nature a lot. On the other hand, the heartland, of course, is again something that you see in advertising for yogurt or something like that, right? This kind of pure, nice green place that doesn't really exist.
How is it in Romanian? What's the word?
I don't have a word.
Oh, okay.
I don't have a word. I'm looking for a word. But it's not homeland, it's heartland, right? It's somewhere And whereas natural resources is basically the oil, the gas, there is this whole development that we are a true, powerful civilization, civilized society as well, right? Civilization be part of this, because we have a lot of resources, right? So these are part of the rights and instruments of national progress. So whoever takes this from us, it's a traitor, it's an enemy. So natural resources are again part of this ownership that we have a right on. The rightful owners, this is a very complex question. I haven't really thought about it in a very detailed philosophical way, whether it's a Lockean liberal or fascist. It's closer to fascist, I think, but it's also very neoliberal in a sense, right? So we should use these. It's a commodification, significant commodification of the nature, right? So we commodify nature because we discover that we now actually can use oil, gas, and whatever, whereas 50 years ago, maybe we didn't know we had so much gas or something like that, right? So nature actually becomes a commodity, but for the purposes of the nation. This is not simply a commodity in itself, to be exchanged by whoever, but only by us. There is an exclusivity to a certain extent. Yeah. To Mihaila's question, I know what I do agree to a large degree to what you're saying, and I feel I have exaggerated a lot this kind of distinction between agents and structural explanations. My only test would be if, let's say they identify a structural problem, would that still be a problem if it benefited the people? If it's someone else who's benefiting it, it's a problem usually. If it's not, if it's us, it's not a problem. It doesn't exist as a problem. If it's the people who's benefiting, then the nature's interests are not really nature's interests that matter. They're not real interests. They become interests or they become a problem if someone else is doing something. Whereas if it's the people, it's not even a problem, right? So if you substitute the agents and you put the people, is this still a problem for them? Significant systemic problem, or is it just dissolves? That would be my test. And then, there are still several questions.
We can discuss it.
Yeah, of course.
Lance, if you want. Sorry about that.
Yeah, I'll come back to this.
Me too.
Sorry about that. We're already 1 more minute over.
Okay, so thank you very much again, Camille and the rest. We're going to change chair now. Thank you. If you need any help with how to manage things, we can just keep going. Sí, pero si necesitas algo,
Okay, so now we move to the second part of the workshop, and now we move from Eastern Europe to Southern Europe, and I think it will be very interesting to follow some of the topics and discussions. And following a bit the structure of Christos, first I will present the different presenters and the titles of the presentation. First we have Marc Sanjaume and Camille Ungureanu presentation. Very briefly, Marc Sanjaume is assistant professor of political theory here in the Department of Political and Social Sciences here in the Pompeu Fabra. And Camille, as you already know, is also Sarah Hunter Associate Professor in the same department and university. And they are going to present the paper entitled "Wither the Center, the Spanish Case." Then we have Sofia Tipaldo. I don't know if I'm pronouncing well the name. If not, you will correct me.
Very
Tipaldo.
well. Well done.
Thank you. Sometimes it's always a challenge pronouncing the names. Sofia is currently an assistant professor at the Department of Political Science and History at the Pantheon University in Athens. And she's going to present the paper entitled "Go Green, the Far Right and the Environment in Greece." And finally, we have the presentation of Alexandra Popartan. Alexandra currently works as a Juan de la Cierva postdoctoral fellow at the Institute for Environment at the University of Girona. And she's going to present the paper entitled "Far Right Ecology, National Populism and Policy Making, the Case of Vox in Spain." So it looks very interesting, the program that we have now ahead. And I'm sorry, I will have to be strict, and you will have 15 minutes of presentation and 10 of discussion. It's okay?
It's okay.
I will let you know when the time will finish the 15 minutes. And
Thank you. Thank you, Anna.
Okay, so Mark.
Thank you. So thank you very much. Thank you for joining us in this workshop. The paper I'm presenting here is, I should say that is entirely Camille's idea, and we executed the paper together. So I'm the co-author of this paper, and in this work we did a small research on the center in Spain. Right, so we have been talking so far on the extreme right, on the far right, and here we talk about the center, right, focusing on the Spanish experience. So there is a lot, and we have seen now the presentations in the first panel. There is a lot now on eco-nationalist turn and the extreme right parties. And ecologism, and we think that this literature is important. But in this paper, what we try to do is a different exercise, right? So we try to focus on the center right, and we focus on the relationship or the connection between this center-right discourse, and this is the discourse that we are analyzing here, with the extreme right in Spain. In doing that, we move a little bit out of this common presupposition or assumption that there is a difference or an essential difference between the extreme right and the center right. So we argue, in fact, against this idea, and what we are arguing here is that many of the most important arguments that we find in the extreme right in Spain come from the center right, in fact. Right? So they'll come from the center right and its discourse on ecology and environment. Right? What we do basically is a case study. So we analyze the narrative of the Partido Popular, which is the center-right party, the main center-right party in Spain, using a critical discourse analysis approach, and we focus more specifically on the chains of equivalence that you already know, and you are familiar with these methods. This is not, as I said, this is not a marginal party. On the contrary, this is a central political party in Spain. So you can see here its evolution in vote share since the democracy, since the democratization of Spain in this third wave democratization in the 70s. Its organic successor, Alianza Popular, and then the Partido Popular that we know nowadays. It's one of the two central parties in Spain. It's very interesting focusing on or using this critical discourse analysis, because what we have so far is data from Party Manifesto project and this kind of more let's say, quantitative approaches to this ecological discourse, or the party manifestos in the Partido Popular, that do not exactly focus on the discourse. If we check the data that we have, for example, in the Party Manifesto project, we can see that in the Political Ecology Index, this has been more and more present in the party manifestos, but we don't know using which arguments or through which specific narratives, right? So we think it's important to analyze the narrative in order to grasp into this political ecology salience into these party manifestos, and we focus, we leave here the Socialist Party, and we focus on the Partido Popular. We use a very basic structure here in our case study analysis, a chronological structure. Okay? So we focus on the historical background, and then we basically analyze the discourse and the party manifestos through the leaders of the Partido Popular, through the leaders that have been ruling the party and representing the party and this ideology through the last decades. When we start with the analysis, we can see here many continuities between the historical origins of the party and its current ideological position. We do not study the entire ideological position. We are focusing here on environment, but we do find a continuity between the Francoist period and some of the founders of the party, mainly Manuel Fraga, a former Francoist minister of the dictatorship in Spain that became a well-known politician, and the founding father of the Alianza Popular, and then the leader in the transformation of Alianza Popular to the Partido Popular. So we find here a lot of continuities. We also observe some elements of rupture. Okay, so there is an ambiguity here, or there is a discussion within the paper between this historical background, which was basically a romantic naturalist, a fascist romantic naturalism, balanced with a very strong desarrollismo, right? So a very strong emphasis on progress and what Camille was presenting before on this appropriation of natural resources and using natural resources. So there is a contradiction in this fascist, let's say, this fascist past of the Spanish center-right. There is a contradiction between this emphasis on progress, and the idea of romanticization of nature and natural protection. There is a clear continuity in political terms in Spain, in the sense that ecologism was also always subordinated to democratic opposition parties, and it was like a minor, let's say, a minor ideology within the democratic opposition movement in Spain. This is a third wave democracy, so ecologism has not structured a very strong political party in Spain that balanced this center-right ideology somehow, right? So what we find in the Alianza Popular, which is the antecessor of the Partido Popular, the first center-right party in Spanish democracy, is basically a strong anthropocentrism, a strong emphasis on development, and a strong emphasis on environment as quality of life. There is this idea of the mastery of environment as a requirement in quality, as a requirement for life quality and so on, right? The most important, let's say, the important innovation here, and what makes us think that there is a connection between the center-right and the extreme right, and there is a connection between the center-right and the far-right, is since the foundation of the Partido Popular, and especially through the leadership and ideological innovations introduced by José María Aznar. When José María Aznar was addressing the ecological issue, he was very clever in developing its own narrative, connected to the whole grand narrative of the Spanish center-right. Which is this narrative? The narrative is basically the demise of the socialist ideology, and the replacement of the former enemy, socialism, with new enemies, right? This operation is not performed by the far right, it's performed by the center right in Spain. José María Aznar was the Prime Minister of Spain for 8 years. So we are talking here about the most important political leader of the 90s in Spain and the early 2000s. And he developed through, we would say, an evolution of his discourse, but he developed this replacement of the former conservative agenda of the 80s with a new agenda of neoliberalism and a new enemy, or a new list of enemies, a new catalog of enemies, in which one of them was ecologies, right? So there is here a strong rupture between old conservatism practiced by Manuel Fraga, and this new conservatism and this new discourse on ecology proposed by José María Aznar. España va bien, Spain goes well, and we will manage to make Spain progress in economic terms. At that time, it was very popular, the Spanish miracle, Spanish economic miracle, and Spain indeed developed, made it quite well in the 90s in terms of macroeconomic indicators, and its performance was also related to the access to the European Union, to the entry in the European Union, and in the global markets. In this narrative, there is always a balance between this new enemy, which is ecologism, and also governing Spain and complying with international compromises. It was Aznar's government the one that created the Ministry of Ecology, and it was Aznar's government the one that signed the Kyoto agreements and the most important international agreements in terms of ecology. So there is here a strong contradiction in this center-right discourse. Let's say the legacy from the Aznar's governments that then Mariano Rajoy will, the next conservative prime minister, will always vindicate and will always invoke is this Ministry of Environment, is the creation of let's say, an administrative discourse on environment, legal security on environment, new laws of environment, also the creation of a specific police unity devoted to environment, so to environmental protection. And there is this strong administrative discourse balanced at the same time with this idea of the new enemies and a certain way to manage natural disasters that occurred under their mandate that were somehow diminished or were not portrayed, of course, as ecological catastrophes, right? So there is here a climate change discourse that emerges from the center-right, a very peculiar discourse from the center-right. Yeah? And since 2008 and since the late Aznar, let's say, the Aznar that was not prime minister anymore, even a new turn into this discourse appears, devoted to political correctness and to these new populist narratives on ecologies. Yeah? Aznar presented this book in Madrid, and this made a very famous moment, a very famous anecdote in the presentation of Václav Klaus' book, in which Aznar, after being one of the most important politicians in the 90s and the 2000s, when he was already retired, he was still the president of the party, he openly embraced a negationist and a very strong discourse against ecologists, right? While at the same time keeping the legacy of creating the Ministry of Ecology and so on and so forth, right? So a very peculiar approach that we can say that with Mariano Rajoy, the next conservative prime minister that we analyze, we find this whole contradiction in an even stronger way, right? Rajoy always claimed that the PP was responsible, internationally responsible, administratively responsible. They know how to manage climate change, and at the same time deregulating fossil fuel and coal mining and promoting coal mining, and not properly regulating green energies and so on, right? So there is here a strong contradiction. And in the current state of center-right politics, is even more clear the argument that I presented at the beginning. I only have 2 minutes left, but the argument I presented at the beginning, that the center-right in Spain is in fact at the origin of the far-right discourse on ecology. We have new hipster and new rural leaders that are, Isabel Díaz Ayuso is actually the regional president of the region of Madrid, the conservative president of the region of Madrid, one of the senior figures of the Partido Popular, not the far right, and she is constantly embracing this new, even postmodern discourse on ecologism and populist discourse on ecologism, using very, very new, I would say, very innovative tricks in this populist discourse, a sort of mockery of environmental policies, a sort of mockery of ecological vindications. So we find a peculiar relationship between center-right and ecology in the context of the emergence of the real far-right in Spain that emerged as late as in the 2019 elections, when Vox made it into the Spanish parliament. And then Vox embraced this eco-fascist, this far-right ecologist discourse, but the seed of and the origin of these kind of contradictions were already present in Aznar's, Ayuso's, and Rajoy's discourses, as we claim in the paper. And we find 3 layers here of discourse. Responsibility, international arena, economic growth, we are responsible, we are mainstream in the European Union. Pragmatism, we will, let's say, transform ecologism into a kind of adaptative ecologism. So we are ecologists. So there is now an appropriation of ecologism in the end, which is even more peculiar. And they talk about adaptative or reasonable ecologism at some point in some discourses. And finally, like a new skepticist and populist form of environmental discourse that is even more puzzling, using scientific arguments, as Ayuso constantly uses, scientific arguments against climate change. Right? So presenting numbers and evidence on the city of Madrid, for example, against climate change mitigation policies, which is unbelievable, but it's real. Okay? So it exists. And this is, again, not Vox doing that, but the Partido Popular doing it. And a very strong eco-nationalist narrative, again, into this third layer of discourse. So there is an extremism of the center, as we argue in the paper. And this extremism of the center could be further investigated or could be expanded into the analysis of not only the far-right, extreme right discourses in other countries, but basically on the responsibility of mainstream center-right parties in promoting this kind of peculiar forms of right-wing ecologism in a broader sense. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mark and Camille, for this very interesting presentation. And now we have 10 minutes of questions. I don't know if there is questions here in the audience or online. Okay. You have the microphone?
Thank you very much for this presentation. I was really interested in this appropriation of expertise, right? So the kind of the center occupying also a certain symbolic place. We have true expertise, we have real expertise, whereas the others are a bit too excited or activists or whatever. They're not real experts. We have scientific approaches. We base our policies on scientific expertise. And I was wondering how much is this developed discourse, right? So, weaponization of expertise, of the real expertise versus what they have, which is not true expertise. Does it play a little bit in this popular party transformation?
We can collect the questions, no?
Thank you very much for your presentation. So I have more like a comment rather than a question. So I was thinking of how this entire development is happening in Germany. And I think I saw it at the beginning as well. And what is happening at the moment, and I'm really interested to hear if you see that in other countries as well, is because of climate activism, people are getting so annoyed that the entire climate topic is getting like conservatives position themselves rather as anti-climate and anti-nature conservative because they see that too many people don't want to hear anything about climate anymore because they're getting frustrated. So I think we have seen this same development, like Markus Söder from the CSU has like started hugging trees from the Conservative Party and stuff, but now they rather position themselves as not caring about nature at all anymore because they see they are winning voices with that. And I'm wondering, is that just because of climate activism happening so strongly in Germany? How would it be in England, where we see that as well? Like, have you seen in Spain that there has been a change? Yeah, rather a comment.
Thank you. Now Alexandra online has a question.
Thank you, Mark. I think, well, obviously, listening to you and to the others, there's so much space for comparison, I think, so systematically looking across all these cases and see across countries, but also obviously between parties. So it's we are looking at, let's say, the same discourse, but from different, to Spanish party, the center, the extreme center, and the more extreme right. I was wondering, so just on top of my mind, I was wondering how, if, of course, these differences need to be systematically studied, but would you say that, for instance, one of the differences between Vox and, let's say, Pepe in this case, would be the way they define the enemy, no? Talking about populist discourse in this sense, or this antagonism between the people and who those enemies that define the people. I was wondering if there is this difference, if you have found the difference, for instance, to the politics of the European Union, because Pepe had more pressure to be, let's say, to adopt a more mainstream position to this, or not. I was just wondering how if you've looked into that, but there's definitely room to study this more. So, okay. Just curious.
Thank you, Alexandra. Now Christos has a question as well.
I'm not sure it's a question, I'm not sure it's a point. It's something to keep in mind, perhaps. I think there has been quite a dramatic change in the policy landscape at the European level since 2019 when it comes to climate change policy. You know, we have the European Green Deal, we have the Green Transition, and this has been adopted in Spain by the Transición Ecológica, no? That's going on here. And I think that it's interesting to keep that in mind when you think about the discourse of Pepe in particular, no, of the Popular Party, because I don't know how to say that, but I think I would expect them to change discourse significantly if they do get in power, particularly keeping in mind how, you know, they conform to European policy, well, to European policy directions or whatever you want to call them. They have done that in the past with Aznar and everything, you know, they made a ministry, they signed the Kyoto Agreement, everything. So perhaps that's something to keep in mind also in terms of the very recent expression of environmental discourses that they have, no?
Thank you, Christos. Mark, you have...
Sorry, just one,
oh, okay.
actually...
okay.
Yes. But because you said something that is very much like you pinpointed to the factual kind of information that I wanted to put in a different sense, and I observed, it's just an observation also related to the other papers, that we mention contradiction very often, but my feeling is that when we refer to the policies of far right as contradictory, we are moralistic rather than political. And I don't know if this is important, but I think it kind of shows that we might be calling them opportunistic instead of calling them, I don't know. No, but I mean, I'm really curious also empirically to what extent they are aware of, first of all, the contradictions of capitalism themselves, like these contradictions of capitalism and the fact that they embody them, whether they admit to it or whether they are not aware of it or whether they reject them. I mean, I'm really curious. I'm not an empirical kind of person, but it's just...
Thank you very much. There are many questions, Mark. You don't have to answer all because we have lunch then, and maybe we have more time for discussion.
Yeah. Thank you for the comments and the suggestions, and this is very useful. I think this will help us to improve the paper. Just a quick reaction. I start by the end. Thank you, Christos, for this point on the European Green Deal. Very important. And then Irina's question is also related to Alexandra's question. And I think that when I was talking about contradictions, there is a moralistic side of it, but there is also a very political one. Vox is a very recent phenomenon in Spanish politics, at least in its electoral performance. We will see how this evolves when Vox makes it into the positions of power, and now Vox has entered into many regional governments. So we will see how they evolve in this discourse, and these contradictions become more part of the discourse, but also part of the reality and the policies, and how this is managed, right? And yes, of course, I think that there is a very strong contradiction in the mainstream narrative, liberal narrative, of the European Union discourse and the Green Deal discourse, that then we see these contradictions reflected into these political ideologies or political discourses. In Germany, I'm not an expert on German politics, but I think that there are specificities, and that's why I was saying that it would be interesting to expand the analysis and compare it to other, to the CDU and CSU, and see if this is something common to other Christian Democrat parties in Europe. I think there are many specificities related to the European Union and the relationship to the international arena, but also to the legacy from the past in Spain that makes it slightly different. Okay. And this is interesting. And on the expertise, totally. I didn't mention many anecdotes, but there is this incredible anecdote of Mariano Rajoy when he was the prime minister, saying that in a conference, saying that his cousin, who happened to be a university professor in biology, I don't know what, that his cousin told him that there is no evidence of the climate change. And there is a... In Sevilla. We don't know, and my cousin told me, el primo de Rajoy, and my cousin told me, we don't know the weather that we will have tomorrow in Sevilla, so how do we know about climate change, right? And there is a constant weaponization of expertise and related to the other topic that is now very salient now in Spanish politics and everywhere, which is identity politics, and presenting a lot of evidence, for example, on gender issues as ideology. So this is not evidence, this is ideology, and we have the evidence, the scientific evidence. And this is what is constantly playing the president of Madrid, Ayuso, constantly. But there is a tension here. There is a contradiction that it's not moralistic, it's very real. And the contradiction is that these people are also doing public policies. And real public policies, and then they have the evidence on many things. If you can drink the water, you cannot drink the water, and this is not about discourse, it's about the reality, right? Or if you have enough water to the city of Barcelona. So they face the reality at the end in this, and this is very interesting. Yeah.
I'm very sorry to cut. If we have time at the end, we can just go back and put together the different.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so now it's time of Sofia. Sofia, you are ready. You have the PowerPoint already in the screen. So you have 15 minutes. I will let you know when the time is over, and we'll have more discussion.
So can you see my PowerPoint?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
And well, I guess you can hear me all right because you just answered my question. So thank you. First of all, thank you very much for this opportunity to be here today with you. I know it's very ecological not to travel, but I wish I were there physically also with you. It kind of feels lonely having to present in an office on my own. However, I'm going to do the best I can, and I would very much like to thank the contributors for this very interesting presentation as I just heard, and especially this comparison between the center parties and the far right parties regarding climate change, because I'm going to bring you to a comparison among far right parties. Right. So, and then I would like also to thank Camilo Ungureanu for inviting me here today, and for giving me, this idea to present something on the far right in Greece. So my puzzle, yeah, great. How do I change? So, first I will have to talk to you about Greece, what happened here a little bit in order to orient you to what is going on in this country. I will, after presenting the research question and the methods, and then I will need to talk to you a little bit in detail about the 4 far-right parties that Greece has. And then I'm going to explain to you what their stance is towards the environment. Right, and well, at the end we will share some thoughts because it's not really conclusions. I'm not at that point yet. So I will start from the puzzle. So maybe, especially the political theorists in the room, you might know that Greece has been famous for the democracy it produced 2,000 or more than 2,000 years ago, but in the 21st century. It seems to me that it produces far-right parties, and it has become, unfortunately, an excellent laboratory for far-right politics. So Greece, first of all, had the first extreme right party of neo-Nazi orientation, Golden Dawn, you might have heard about it, that entered a European Parliament in the 21st century. That happened in 2012. So that was like the first innovation of Greece for the 21st century. And in the last election of 2023, Greece saw the entrance of 3 far-right parties in its parliament. So parting from there, I wondered, why do far-right parties within the same country develop different positions towards the environment? Because we have to keep in mind that Greece is a country of climate change believers. Paradoxically, I was very surprised also to find the statistics. However, it's not a big champion of environmental change and of green transition. We would say that its outcomes are rather moderate within the European Union towards low. However, and there is an electorate, right, that seems to have been covered by the solutions of the far right. So there is electorate that is open to the far right rhetoric. Therefore, the Greeks elected 3 different parties in its parliament. So, but how is it possible in such a small country with such specific, where the electoral landscape is pretty much covered? How did it happen? So what I did for the purposes of this presentation is I took a look at the official party positions of these 4 far right parties I'm going to present next. And I conducted thematic analysis, the major results of which I'm going to be presenting in the empirical part. First of all, though, I have to briefly remind you, because I'm sure you've heard of the multiple crises that the Greek society has gone through, starting from the 2008 financial crisis, and it was sparked, this is, I think, from the first demonstrations after the assassination of a student, of a 16-year-old boy from the Greek police. Yesterday, by the way, was the 15th year anniversary from his death, and it was like a big fuss in the Greek political scene, and lots of demonstrations still in the city center. Anyway, so Greece was the first country who entered the crisis in 2008, late 2008, early 2009. The effects of the crisis were already seen and felt. And as if that were not enough, so that Greece was hit severely, like much more severe than any other European country. So on top of it, Greece also was one of the countries that felt mostly the, some call it migration crisis of 2015, right? So it was one of the entrance points and of the migration waves that started from the Middle East, Syria especially, but also Afghanistan, and then passed to Northern Europe. So it was an economically destroyed country who had also to deal with that issue, and it couldn't really stand to the heights. So this is like a small parenthesis. In this context, now we come to the actors. We have Golden Dawn, the party Golden Dawn, Χρυσή Αυγή in Greek. That was in the margins for pretty much 20 years. It was formed in the early 80s, and it stayed for 20 years, more or less, in the margins until in 2012, about 4 years since the start of the crisis, it manages to enter first the national, in 2010, it enters the regional council of the municipality of Athens. And in 2012, it manages to get elected in the parliament with what was it? So yes, nearly 15% of the vote. It shocked the world at that point. The years go by, Golden Dawn shows its real face, including the violence against immigrants and foreigners and refugees, violence against Greek anti-fascists. At some point, it assassinates the wrong person, if I'm allowed to say so, and the government decides to take legislative action against it. Its leadership is behind bars, and the trial starts. And all of this plummeted Golden Dawn's electoral success. So in 2019, it didn't manage to enter the Greek parliament. Its place was taken, not entirely, but it got replaced because the Greek parliament didn't stay without a far-right party at all. So it's another far-right party, but of a populist orientation, not as extreme as the Golden Dawn. It was not a National Socialist Party only for Greek Aryans. So this new party is what was named as a Comet Party. From it, this man, Kyriakos Velopoulos, who was a TV presenter, it combined conspiracy theories with far-right rhetoric, but according to the leader's words, he was against the very Nazi stuff of Golden Dawn. So it advocated friend relations with Russia and in favor of the Orthodox Church. I'm not going to say a lot. I'm not going to mention lots of detail, but it was a much more moderate party. That was in 2019. 2023, another two parties, newly formed parties, the Spartans and Victory, enter the parliament. And this is from the last election, of the election of June 2023. So here we have the Greek solution, the guy just showed you before, entering with 10 MPs, Victory, that is Orthodox party, predominantly Orthodox party, with another 10 MPs, and we have this is Victory, the Christians, and then we have the Spartans, right? As you can see, this is like quite an impressive picture from their website. These are considered to be the continuators of Golden Dawn, and this is because the party's Golden Dawn's former frontman, called Ilias Kassidiaris, publicly declared his support for the Spartans and then catapulted them from the obscurity. So it was a non-existent party without a manifesto, unknown, and it managed to enter the parliament with a campaign that lasted about 3 weeks between the May 2023 election and the June 2023 election. So this is considered like the ramification of Golden Dawn, an extreme right party. However, it does not talk about adoration of the National Socialism, and they do not have any anti-democratic frames, but they affirm that the system has treated Kassidiaris unfairly, etc. And they stay with the 3 pillars of the Greek nation, which is the Orthodox Church, the armed forces, and the family. Okay, let's get the Spartans again. Now, let me talk to you about their environmental politics. So Golden Dawn links the environmental debate to conspiracy theories, to the contemporary mentors of globalization, I quote, who lobby for the interests of the big banks and the multinationals from the left and the right that fight against global warming and are actually lobbying for the Zionist loan sharks' interests, right? And it also links the climate change to immigration, because they see the climate change as a propaganda from the mass media to justify the mass of, quote, illegal settlers, end of quote, to the European continent. It doesn't...
Sophia, sorry,
yes?
you have 2 minutes left.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, it doesn't pay too many attention to the environment in its program, and again, it's more about the national energy lignite based on the lignite production, and against the foreigners. So the same line is with the Spartans. They have an inexistent environmental policy, which is very admirable nowadays. The other 2 parties, again, which are populist parties, they surprisingly enough, they have a much more developed agenda regarding the environment, and they do speak about green energy. However, Victory, the Christian party, it insists that Greece should first rely on its lignite production and then become a green hydrogen champion, for instance. So they do have much more concrete proposals in their party programs about climate change. I mentioned some of those. You can also see a difference is who is to blame. For the Golden Dawn, it's the Zionists and all these conspiracy theories. For the other ones, the populist is, of course, the financial elite and the Brussels elite. And with this, So I would like to share with you more or less some thoughts. So it seems that the extreme right parties in Greece, Golden Dawn and the Spartans, they're less concerned about the environment, despite the fact that National Socialism views the natural environment as the fundament of the nation, right? They do not make this link of folk, races, and conservation. And I was wondering, I would like to discuss with you and with experts in the room on the environment, the far right, if this is also happening in different contexts, or if Greece is, again, a deviant case, right? And again, I would like also to discuss with you, whereas the other ones, the not extreme, the populist radical right parties, fulfill the expectations that European far-right parties also do, the expectations. Do they stand to the height with the program, the environmental program that they produce for the European electorates? Thank you very much, and I'm looking very much forward to your comments.
Thank you so much, Sophia. Okay. Okay.
So we have a little bit of time on also the
Yeah.
end, so,
Okay. Questions, comments, observations, views. I have a curiosity, Sophia.
Sure.
Okay. Is part of the public debate this kind of environmental things that you presented in this table, or it's the environmental crisis and it's part of the public debate? This is my question, and now there are more other questions.
If the environment
Sophia, one moment. We collect the questions and then you answer all of them, okay?
Yes.
No?
Okay.
Okay, you understood the question or?
I didn't hear it. I couldn't hear it, sorry.
Okay. So I was asking. Yeah, I have the microphone. Yeah, I was asking if the environmental issues are part of the public debate, and if these different far-right groups are part of this debate with these kind of proposals that you were showing in this table. Thank you.
Yeah, I have a question on these differences between parties, Sophia. So, are these discourses something that you find very developed on each party, or this is just because I have the impression that some of these parties are basically some members of one party creating a new party and so on, as you mentioned, for the leader. So how much do they work on this discourse, and how much develop this discourse within their party manifesto, if this is a marginal issue?
Yes. Καλημέρα, Σοφία.
Yeah.
Yes. Okay. Thank you very much for the presentation. I wasn't aware of those differences in environmental positions of those 4 different parties. I wonder to what extent you think, or perhaps you can look at your findings, that those differences may reflect kind of very practical political tactics to obtain votes, like to differentiate themselves from each other and get more votes, and so amplify a little bit more the area of extreme right in Greece. Well, I'm not saying that's the intention, but perhaps it ends up amplifying also, because, and I think I want to connect that also because my feeling, I'm not an expert and I'm not following that very closely, is that something similar perhaps has started happening on the other side of the spectrum, with I don't know if I should say dissolution of Syriza or the breaking down of Syriza, where concepts of, for example, climate justice start emerging as part of the agendas of potential future parties, out of Syriza. And I think that's also I don't know, it's like my quick and direct back of the envelope explanation is that also is part of a political tactic to differentiate themselves from what the previous party was all about and move into new political terrain.
I see there's Barca is also wants to ask something. Should I go ahead with these three questions and then
there is another question. There is another question in the floor, and then Balsa.
Balsa?
Okay, so am I the one? Okay, I thought there was another question before. Sorry, I could have also typed my question. Very, very interesting, and I think it points to one of the two most commonly found variations of this far-right communication on the environment. One has to do, as you said, with the blood and soil, kind of this, old school eco-fascist environmentalism, and the other one is like going more along the lines of we want to be rational, we want to give a calm response to an array of environmental issues. A lot of things that Greece could be compared to, countries that Greece could be compared to. My question very shortly, animal welfare. Is there anything that you came across, again, depends on whether you consider this topic to be belonging to the realm of environmental issues, but just out of curiosity, did you find some interesting discrepancies among these parties when it comes to this issue? I'm more specifically hinting at the hunting, versus veganism, so on and so forth, blocks that commonly emerge in the far-right environmental bloc.
Okay.
We have a question from the audience. Camille? No?
I really enjoyed your presentation, Sofia. I was wondering, because you talked about the electoral cycle 2023, last round of elections, so this year was an electoral year. I understood well?
Yes,
and
yes.
Did any one of these far-right parties get in local government, or there were no local elections whatsoever? Because I'm interested if they have any presence in local government, and if yes, how does that translate to their environmental vocabulary or policies or so?
Mm-hmm.
Besides being in parliament, I understand they have mandates in parliament, but do they have also local presence in municipal government, local governments or so? Thank you.
Okay, so if you want to answer, because there are no other questions.
Okay, so I'm afraid I cannot remember if they entered the local, if they got seats in the local representations, whatever instruments they have. What I do know is that the two populist radical right parties, the Victory and the Greek Solution, they won lots of seats in the north, in Macedonia, and this is explained because the Greek government of Syriza signed the treaty with what the country, Greek's neighbor, that is nowadays called Northern Macedonia. So they agreed on being called Northern Macedonia. And this created a huge disagreement, which is located like decades ago. So this brought all this issue up, and it explains this the increase in the north of the populist radical right parties. Whereas the Spartans, you can see them all over Greece. But this is a very good question, and to see how they reflect if there are local differences when these parties are elected, if there is an environmental solution that addresses, different environmental issues in the local area, is a very, very good recommendation. Thank you for this. Regarding to animal welfare, well, Balsa, the only thing that I found was actually about hunting, and it was the Spartans, if I'm not wrong, who wanted to, you know, to allow for the hunting season or to enlarge it or this kind of thing, right? So not really. I didn't find any vegans, animal protectors, and all that. Especially the extreme parties, Golden Dawn and the Spartans. They have a much more like macho image that doesn't very well align with animal protection and veganism and all that. And also, this is like here in Greece, being vegan is connected to different ideologies, more connected to the left-wing ideology still, despite of the fact that Adolf Hitler, you know, he was in favor of other things. But anyway, they don't follow this lead. So also, if you take a look at Golden Dawn's leader, you realize what I mean. I mean, like, you know, veganism. It's not only that he's not an Aryan, he's an overweight Aryan. Anyway, so let me go. I'm addressing them from the last to the first question. So if the differences reflect the tactics to differentiate themselves from the other. Yes, thank you very much. This, I think it's Christos' question, right? Yes. So I'm a little bit also puzzled about why they did it. And I'm very, very much confused by the fact that the radical ones, Golden Dawn and the Spartans, do not really address this issue. I would expect from them to have addressed the issue, especially Golden Dawn, because it has been in the parliament for 7 years. And it has been around, okay, at the beginning, you know, the extreme right parties are monothematic parties. So they address one issue parties. They address migration, and everything is seen through the prism. All the answers that they give to all the political questions are through the prism of migration. So the economy is not going well because there are lots of immigrants in the country, or foreigners in the country. Our resources, I mean, Greece is not like producing enough because there are multinationals producing. So they give this the national question. Nation, actually, the nation is the answer to all the problems. We need a national economy that is going to help us go through all the bads that are happening. So they're one-issue parties. Therefore, this explains why they didn't bother to develop a climate agenda. Okay, but that was back in the 90s and the early 2000s when Golden Dawn was elected for the first time, because it was addressing the crisis, right? I don't know why over the course of these 7 years that it remained in the parliament and came in contact with central parties, and it had the money to develop a more environmental agenda. And it also sent its representatives to the European Parliament. Nevertheless, it didn't develop any kind of climate suggestion or proposals. Now, the Spartans, I put these two together because the Spartans in 3 weeks' time, they didn't have the time to prepare anything, any party program. As soon as they got elected, I went online on their website to examine their program, and it was inexistent. They didn't even have the time to develop that. Now, they have been in the parliament since June. Okay, it's half a year. They still haven't developed a proposal, except of let's do deforestation and let's plant trees that people are going to be able to cultivate afterwards. So in order to increase the local production and the exports. So that's how far they go. Now, the other two, again, I was very much surprised. I was not expecting to find a program, environmental proposal from the populist radical right parties. But again, they did. I'm not sure if this is what differentiates them from Golden Dawn. Again, one is what it's called
Sophia, Alexandra, can you hear us? Balsa?
Yes.
Yeah,
I'm
it's,
here.
I think it's
Sophia's.
Sophia's. Yeah. Ah, yes, you are back. No.
Sophia, you got interrupted and now you're back.
You are back, Sophia.
You're back with a big bottle looking at us.
Yeah,
Yeah, cut off the video, Sophia. You can switch
realize that talking about Golden Dawn Sparta.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay, we switch off your video.
So,
just, okay. Now we can hear you.
Can you hear us?
But I have the microphone.
Should I go on?
Yes, no?
Yeah. Yeah, Sophia, we can hear you.
Maybe, Sophia, log off and log on again.
Second question.
We cannot hear you, Sophia. Maybe log off and log on again. On email.
Oh, podemos fer la presa. Yes.
But
Okay,
maybe
thank you, Sophia.
Maybe you can see you. Well, it got frozen. Well, no. But maybe it's safer to cut off the video, but however you want to. You can take our chances.
I don't think so. I think it has to do with the internet connection also.
Okay, perfect. So we haven't heard you in the last 2 minutes.
So let's go.
It got interrupted.
Yes, I think this pretty much, I have another 2 questions to answer.
Okay. It gets interrupted, the connection.
So let me... Okay. Maybe try this way, maybe? Yes?
Yes.
Perfect.
Yes. No, should I? There's 2 questions
Yes.
left. Okay. So I think that this kind of answered the second question, if environment is a marginal issue for this parties. My findings, and this makes sense, far-right parties says to us they're one-issue parties, they care about migration and the nation. Can you hear me? Because it keeps popping that my connection...
Yeah, Sophia, we cannot hear you well.
You lost me again?
Yeah, what do you
think? Okay. It's okay. I think...
Okay, so we can just stop here. We can stop here. We go with Alexandra, and then if the connection is better, we can just do a final debate. Okay? Okay? So thank you so much for your presentation and for all the debate. Okay, so now we move from Greece and we return to Spain, to the far-right party of Spain with Alexandra presentation. The PowerPoint is ready, so the floor is yours.
Thank you. Sure, Sofia, still on. Thank you so much. It's always difficult to be the last one, not only because I imagine all of you are hungry and a bit tired, but also because there's been so much interesting debates has been amazing, and also we were wondering. I was personally wondering if, to what extent, it would have been so nice to have had this this encounter before we published. This paper with Camille, who really wanted to not be protagonist of this session. I think he didn't achieve that at all. And what we looked here is at, well, obviously Vox, and we tried to discern the coordinates of the let's say this far right ecology. And listening to all of you, I was thinking to what extent it's a new far right ecology, right? So I suppose one publishes and then wishes there had been more, or there is more space for not only for debate but for developing the arguments. But for sure, the puzzle, or the reason for approaching this topic, was that there was actually, in spite of the immense production on ecology and environment, and looking at the parties and left-wing populist parties, there was and also on the right eschickaries, there was absolutely no systematic analysis of Vox. This far right party, I suppose one of the reasons is that it's a relatively new. I say that the party has emerged relatively new and has had this tremendous success from 2018-19 on, and therefore their approach to ecology or to environmental issues is even let's say more recent, and therefore we wanted to seize let's say the opportunity to give at least an overview of their ecological imagination of how, and the coordinates of this new discourse, right? This is, as you have seen, and we have seen, this is not new in Europe. There is a wave of right-wing parties developing environmental discourses and an environmental agenda, which go from initial, so the classical, in the past years, denialism of climate change, to, in the case of us, championing a real ecology. And this is done on one side, let's say, drawing on what we have here, Filosofia Verde, known as Project Scrutons, this mobilizing, first of all, an antagonistic rhetoric, but also a nostalgic nationalist discourse. And therefore, we used the methodological tools of discourse analysis and looking at how Vox articulates its discourse and what are the emotions that it mobilizes in its ecological narrative, looking at how Vox imagines, so the ecological imaginary, how it imagines and produces nature, but also we were interested in how this discourse is translated in practice, in practice in the sense of concrete policy proposals. And for this, we used a populist, so the methodological and both method and theoretical framework of populism. It's adequate, but in doing so, we aim to overcome this dichotomy between the approaches to populism as ideology of Cas Mudde, but also overly ontological approximations of Laclau, and instead we look at populism as narrative, and but also using Laclau in this sense. So narrative and personalistic practice, and how this narrative instrumentalizes and mobilizes fundamental myths In this case of Vox, we look at the fallen world, this apocalyptic imaginary, which needs saving. So salvationist discourses, usually by a male figure. The materials were similar to what most of you have looked at, obviously manifestos, agendas, or electoral programs, and therefore we screened them, and also to look at how the discourse evolved from, let's say at the beginning, not even mentioning climate change or the environment, to a gradual incorporation of this topic on their agenda. And also an increase in the production of discourse, in public discourse in the public arena by the important, the main leaders of the party, especially Santiago Abascal. We also looked at transcripts, looking at the policies. We looked at transcripts from the Commission on Ecological Transition and Demographic Challenge, but also news from their website and videos. And in this, just let's say a small note that because you mentioned positionality and the difficulty of approaching these materials from let's say a progressive ideological position that we had, and the difficulty to isolate what Irina was saying, this moralistic position towards this discourse. And then we did have to go through consistent amount of discourses of Abascal and reading throughout. And I'm not sure we have a solution to this. And I think if you read the papers we do, our position is pretty obvious. However, we try to isolate it as much as possible, also because the results, the emerging results, I think would be more interesting if you don't adopt a very clear ideological position to this. So to pinpoint several, just a big brush of over what the way Vox approaches nature and ecology, there's their conception of nature. It is a nationalist populist discourse articulated across an organicist view of nature and nation and the people. And therefore, the nature and nations are coextensive here, and it's also predicated upon a nostalgia to an idealized past, where and traditions, but also on dichotomic terms, right? And what Vox does here is they recover the concept of anti-España, Francoist concept, which defines the enemies of the nation, essentially, combined with a diagnostic of a reality which is based on mythical narrative fall of Dawn. On the other side, we have the España Viva, the living Spain, which is embodied by Vox and their image of revival, led by a messianic leader. And in this sense, when you listen to Santiago Abascal, as we did for Hours on End, there is also, in relation to the next part, a preacher tone to it. The truths uttered in this preaching, let's say, discourse or tone. It is the discourse of Vox is anthropocentric, and the Christian undertones are clear. So, in the sense, nature is God's gift to humans. There is a hierarchical, let's say, distribution of the power structure. So, the men versus women, men versus nature. So, there's clearly a difference there. So, hierarchy there, and interestingly, there is a striking resemblance between the way they refer to this, so the usage of these metaphors of life and death with the encyclical of Pope John Paul in 95 talks about the culture of life and the culture of death. The discourse is also obviously gendered, articulated upon a bellicose imagination, conflictive and male-centered, right? And not any sort of male-centered traditions, so like bullfighting and hunting, which many of you have already talked about. So it's hunting is clearly there, in opposition to a left which is weak and feminine. And here you have just a few examples of the main vectors of this discourse, of this populist discourse, and how they imagine the people, the enemy of the people, the nature, and the nation, the same, this binomium, visions of decline and of salvation, right? So the people are the farmers, the workers, the middle classes, but also the youth who are an important part of their electoral basis. And in terms of the enemies, we have the anti-Spain, as I was saying, the caste, the global elites, the establishment. Also, clearly, the external enemies are the Brussels lobbies, but also the veganists. They were saying before. For the nature nations, they talk in terms of the patria. They recover this idea of the patria, the green Spain, and nature is also is resource, as you were saying in other cases, but also it's heritage and legacy for our children, right? They're putting this past and future in conversation. They mobilize a vision of decline, where the anti-Spain is against, let's say, this terrible, this empty Spain, which is a metaphor they have co-opted from the left discourses, which is abandoned, silenced, depopulated, and they oppose this to a metaphorical imagination of salvation, right? The culture of life where Spain is saved by the leader. I'm not sure how I go time-wise. Well, I just threw
we have time, no?
I think a quote that I think essentially talks very well about how this vision is articulated. They say, at Vox, we know the severe problem facing inland Spain, depopulated Spain, empty Spain, which is also, it talks about, forgotten by parties dedicated to contenting the nationalist lobbies. And this is here they talk about the Catholic independentist movement, which was one of the main targets of Vox discourse. So intend to represent those who wake up early in the morning. They propose the revitalization, repopulation, and incentives for all the territories are nowadays abandoned by parties who govern Spain from the asphalt. So you have the dichotomy, so the opposition between the rural and the urban world. Which is also typical for far-right parties, forgetting those territories that is agriculture, animal husbandry, hunting, and bullfighting. Yeah? Terms very quickly just go through the two areas, policy areas that we looked at, is water and agriculture, and energy, we call energy patriotism. In terms of water policies, Vox recovers the idea of river transfer that is not, it's not that has been forgotten, but they put it right at the center of their policy discourse, and in a sense, their national, so the proposal for the national hydrological plan recovers river transport that had been, let's say, put on the back burner of policy, of water policy in Spain. And they do it interestingly using a climate change agenda, a discourse related to CO2 capture. For energy, they again talk about CO2 capture, and therefore nuclear is a preferred technological option, but also small renewables, which is, and in this sense, you find unexpected alliances with environmental social movements on the ground. We have not looked so much into this, but I think this is a part that needs more exploring. And they do co-opt the progressive terminology on common good and energy poverty. And this goes more about it. Yeah, so this is just a quote, say that we like renewable energies on a small scale. Small is beautiful. Regeneration distributed in small renewable self-consumption installation for agricultural farm is a good idea. We favor energy produced benefiting the local population and not transferring to the big cities. So again, the rural versus the urban world, avoiding energy leaks, the cost involved in displacing energy transmission travels large distances. Yeah, so the idea of going back to recovering this idea of the small scale, the rural, as idealized places and sources of also national identity, if you want. And to conclude, just to wrap it up, so Vox does manage to come up with a powerful storyline which appeals to deep emotions and navigates across the overlapping crisis of capitalist democracies. They do this in an incoherent way, and Irina was talking about the problematic use of opportunistic, the word opportunistic. But what I see, and I think Mark was let's say on the same page, we do see contradictions in this sense. So they do use that discourse on climate change when it suits them to defend river transfers or the large agricultural developments, but then they also at the same time they talk about climate change as a delirium, right? The religious ecologist movements, right? And in practice, when they get to choose, they are consistently in favor of capitalist economic elites. Therefore, I will stop here.
Thank you so much, Alexandra. So now it's time for questions, observations, comments in the floor and online. Camille?
Thank you very much, Alexandra, and I really enjoyed your presentation. I was just wondering about this, towards the end of your presentation, you discussed about this, so the question, it's a bit early for me, I'm trying to reformulate, to formulate my question, but the point is that to what extent does Vox represent, what is the sociology of the voters and what are their ecological interests or environmental outlook? Just to say where I'm coming from, because in ours, so in Romania, the far right has a strong entrepreneur class, this kind of electoral basis which is including and reproducing a lot of the interests of a certain small capitalist autochthonous, which sees itself as, it's not working class so much as entrepreneurs, it's also working class or whatever, but there is this strong current and very influential current of entrepreneurs, right? So that see themselves as true Romanian business class. This is, for instance, why our doesn't have so much a anti-immigration discourse, even if there is an immigration recently, because it's what really their own electoral basis demands, right? So they demand workforce for a long time, in a sense, right? So they have this kind of, and I was wondering if Vox has this, what's the connection of Vox as a representation, as a party with the electoral basis in terms of, is there a correspondence? Is there a demand, a public demand from their own public, from their own electorate in terms of environmental questions, environmental, is there a strong,
understand. Okay, we'll take some more.
There is another question.
Just going back to my obsession with contradictions, I want to ask, actually, I realized talking with my friend here that, without the name, everybody knows, the Greeks have won the competition today, but seriously,
I'm not so sure they can actually.
No, we were just joking, but I realized that, I mean, my point was not to say that maybe it's a wrong move from the part of us as researchers to moralize or to look at how they are contradicting themselves. My question was, and that's for everybody, including Balsa, is there any a sign that these people, the far right, the representatives, are self-reflective over how they are embodying the contradictions of capitalism themselves. I'm curious if any of you saw one time at least saying, you know, this is how capitalism works, we have no other, like, is there, I'm just like absolutely looking for one sign. If you find it, let me know. Homework.
I have a curiosity. Maybe I missed from the presentation, Alexandra, but from what year is the book Filosofia Verde that you just put in your presentation? Because connected with the other presentation, it reminds me the comment that Mark said about gender. So they have this capacity to absorb this kind of public mobilization things, no? And I was curious about what is this, when they start to articulate this discourse, because I thought that they have more a denialist approach to environmental things, but maybe I'm wrong. So it's more a curiosity than a question. Yeah. Balsa, Camille, and Christos. We have 3 more questions. Balsa, you want to start?
Yeah. Okay. Yes, basically I was just going to offer a counter question to the previous, question in relation to these capitalist contradictions in the far right. Most of my respondents actually had one visit the book promotion that was held in Budapest. It was a very odd encounter, I have to say. What they would say, I think, has to do with there are contradictions on the left as well. We are politically contradictory beings, and perhaps this is something that should be taken as a starting point. I think that there is some, of course, a reference to or awareness of these contradictions, but then again, people sometimes just don't bother or think, accept that as something that just comes with a, goes with the flow. My question, if I may use the opportunity to actually ask a question to Alexandra as well, had to do with these changing positions on climate change. Would you do you see any aspect of Vox's policy where there's an actual policy shift, where you could say, okay, they had this stance on agriculture, now it has changed to, point B, whatever that is, biodiversity, hunting, air pollution, whatever, because this is something that, I'm going to shut up here, but basically, the shift from climate denialism to climate acceptance would expectedly be followed by a shift in policy positions. But more often than not, I see that with far-right parties, this is not the case. There is this declarative acknowledgement that, climate change is happening, yes, but then there's no actual policy shift that you can track and see from the far right. Thanks.
Okay, Christos, is your turn.
Thanks, Alexandra. Very interesting to see again the paper. Just very quickly, this is very close to what I do for my research, but I don't have any bright points. I just wanted to say that I think you're spot on that overhead that you spoke about the real practice, like from real ecology to the real practice, about the overlap between what you say Vox proposes and the way it analyzes the realities of renewable, this kind of small renewables, small renewable energy is good. There is a very interesting overlap with, I think I had commented that, like in fact, with what people from, I don't know, I would say even the kind of anarchist left-wing approach to renewables in rural Spain would argue. Not only anarchists, but also kind of very left-wing academics, no? who engage with social movements in rural Spain. Actually, they say exactly the same thing. This thing about local consumption, not transfer energy to the big urban hubs, everything. Not lose energy on the way. I mean, you're spot on. It's very, very similar. Like, so yeah, that's interesting. That's a challenge. I'm not sure about the importance of that. I mean, and the other thing is this kind of discussion of decline and salvation, no? I don't know if you can elaborate on that, on how do you see its importance. Yeah, nothing very, just throwing things to you there.
Thank you. Camille, you have a question as well or not? Okay, so thank you so much. Alexander, if you want to answer.
Yeah, I'll try to do it briefly. So many things and so many things to also think about. I think if for also for further exploration. So for Camille, briefly about the sociology of Vox. Yes, there is clearly in their electoral basis there is this entrepreneurial urban support, and this is in a way contradictory because contradictory, but it is surprising because Vox has articulated its ecological discourse on this dichotomy between the urban and the rural. But actually, if you look at at least when you check, we look at the basis, the electoral basis, they are young people, but with an urban, let's say, provenience. And in this sense, my explanation for this would be that Vox is trying to enter the stronghold of traditional parties, which still dominate let's say the rural electoral area, right? And in this sense, it makes sense that they would put a lot of, not only because it is coherent with this conservationist, traditionalist position on the environment. So in this sense, it's coherent, but also because they have an electoral interest there. And in the sense about the demand, I would say, of course, this is something to look into more thoroughly. We haven't. To what extent there is a demand from this electorate, but I would not be surprised to find that actually the young voters are more sensitive to environmental issues and therefore Vox responds to this. Now, if this is true, this needs more, let's say, it's more research, but I think it makes sense to think that this also prompted their turn. If they're aware of their contradictions, I was actually now I was trying to mentally going through to the big Excel we had with the quotes, with interesting quotes from Vox, and Camille Unguranu, please contradict me if you remember this, but I wouldn't say there is a lot of self-reflection on this contradiction, but I wouldn't be surprised if it was there. But it's for sure, and obviously we didn't do interviews with them, so we tried to interview leaders. So I think this is something to explore. If you get the chance to interview these people, they're not easy to approach, but for sure it's something worth exploring. Scruton's book, 2021, at least the last edition, and this is where the Abascal appears with this prologue. Therefore, it's again, and as I was saying at the beginning, the discourse is in the making. It's new. And therefore, maybe this is also what explains their, say, their incoherences. But again, it seems to be typical for. They don't seem to be so concerned with coherence. But is this typical for the far right, or is this something that defines the political discourse in general? Or are we more critical with the incoherence of the far right than the others? Probably not. And in this sense, Balsa. Yes, the change in positions for me. So there is. So what we have found is that their discourse alternates. You can have in the same Congress Commission meeting. So this is what it was interesting because they were interviewing experts on climate change, and therefore the ritual of the Vox interview to these experts in the Congress were first they would lay out the scientific evidence. I remember who was talking about the scientific evidence against climate change. And then in the middle, towards the end of the discourse, they would start to nuance this position in order to defend nuclear energy and river transfers. And therefore, there was in the same discourse, in the same position, you would find both of them. And then, and in this sense, I think it's difficult to trace, and I don't think this will change because it's clear they're instrumentalizing the discourse. Right, and Christos, yes, this was, at least for me, one of the most interesting encounters, and let's say the findings that on the ground, and again, this we have not talked about this in the paper, but I think it's worth exploring it more. When talking to activist friends, they were saying, in some cases, I don't remember exactly where, in say deep Spain, that they were that the only so these activists that were against what they called nuclear gigantism. They had no the traditional parties would not listen to them, and the only ones who would was Vox. And this was surprising, but at the same time, Vox as a new party is obviously looking for these niches of electoral opportunity, and in the sense, you may find this say these coincidences with them, and I think it would be interesting to look at it more. Not sure if I answered everything, but Camille, please, you also. Contribute, or if you have anything that I've missed.
Thank you, Alexandra.
Now is the time.
Thank you.
And we can open the floor for 10 minutes, right? Questions for everybody, for Camille, for Balsha. Balsha, is it Balsha or Balsa? Because some people say Balsha, I thought it was Balsha.
It's Balsha, it has a thing on top of
Balsha,
S.
yes, so I got it right, I'm proud.
Correct.
Okay, so about the contradictions in Balsha's remark, I mean, here there is a deeper philosophical discussion which is broader about the role of contradictions and unavoidable tensions in our lives in general, and how these are reflected in general in political ideologies, what you referred, Balsha, at the beginning as incoherences. I wouldn't get into that. My conviction is that we transverse contradictions permanently, but there is contradiction in contradiction. So you really need to try to pin them down with respect to, for instance, what Vox does, right? And there is a clear contrast, the difference between Vox in Spain and our in Romania, at the level of policies and how these ideas are being translated into practice, right? So in Vox, systematically, you see that when it comes to a conflict between, let's say, environmental justice and capitalist interest or business interest, they opt for the first, right? And I think they're very much aware of what they're doing, right? They are aware that there is a tension. I wouldn't take them as naive, but they just opt systematically for the capitalist solution. In our case, things are a little bit more complicated, right? There is a discourse about sort of national capitalism, you know, the local entrepreneurs, right? There are also some substantive policies and intervention in terms of legislation that they supported that really went in favor of a substantive ecological agenda, right? So in practical terms, even if they don't manage to push for certain policies, they clearly stood for limiting at least certain type of capitalist dynamics. So there is variation there. In terms of their showing awareness of the contradiction, I remember some interventions of Simeon in Romania, some interviews in which he kind of shows that, you know, well, protection of nature and international local business interests are not exactly the same thing, so we should kind of navigate through those. So I wouldn't take them as naive in that sense. I think they're aware of tensions, and they just take their stands very clearly. Vox, for instance, is systematically taking sides with business interest, entrepreneurial, not only local but global as well. It's exactly like Franco. We're looking. Zvingedo speaks about this. You know, Franco was all about Spanish nation. I mean, Franco in the second stage, the so-called desarrollismo. But if you look at his policies, he was all business, right? All business, all, you know, like. So there is a continuity between what Franco in the second stage is doing, Aznar, and Vox and Ayuso. There is a convergence, and I think they know pretty damn well what they're doing, and that there are tensions out there. But you know, saying that, I don't want to have definitely the last floor, but we can have. No, I think Irina, because she's going to call for agrarian populist revolution. So I do think that she has to have it's compulsory for her to give to the last floor. But if you have questions in general to all the yeah, we have a questions or a comment, please.
I just wanted to say before that when we compare cases and we compare these discourses, it would be very interesting to bring in what Christo said before on the strategic dimension. And then we should compare apples with apples. It's very easy. I think it's very easy for a social movement or even a political party without representation and any responsibility to do the discourse, any kind of discourse. They basically don't care. The things become more complicated when you are a successful, electorally successful party. And then here comes, I think, a more philosophical analysis of what the discourse is. This is one way to compare, but another way to compare would be taking into account this strategic dimension and then the contradictions, but then the contradictions are not theoretical, are more practical, in the sense that are these parties represented in Europe, represented in their national parliament, part of a coalition of government? Are they finally proposing policies as you analyze in the Vox paper and so on? And then compare apples with apples. And I think that the most interesting part is in these organizations, that they are taking responsibilities, and then what are they doing exactly, and what are they proposing exactly? And here comes a very useful comparison, I think.
So, Sophia? You have to open the microphone.
So let's see how the Greek connection is going to manage this time. Okay, so this is a very good point to compare apples with apples, to put it this way. So to see there is a difference between the grassroots movement. I will speak about my case, a Golden Dawn, that later had representation, managed to have representation in the parliament. However, it did not go anywhere near in forming a coalition with the center-right party, right? So you cannot even put it close to Le Pen's party in France that has like a very much developed environmental plan, as far as I know. Correct me if I'm wrong. Certainly smaller formations that did not have this history in each country's political life. But they made it to the parliament. Their word is also important because they may form the agenda in the future, right? So it's not the same as the ones who are outside the parliament and do street politics. We can agree on this, I believe, right? So they do have an arena and their language and their frames regarding the environment are listened. However, what I would like to debate and to open up a little bit the discussion is, what are the common denominators here? So what did we find through this the comparison, the presentation of the different parties in the different contexts? Do we see any clear lines here? Because as far as I'm concerned, I believe that, again, this question that I put at the end of my presentation, is Greece a deviant case? It seems so. It seems that there is a convergence between Western European, to put it this way, far-right parties regarding the environment, and the Western European Greece being something different, right? Mostly probably resembling the Balkans, the Balkans maybe, Balsa and the rest of the Romanian gang. Other different Eastern European contexts. So I leave it here, more like sharing my thoughts. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Camille, no? You had a question?
And still thinking about this contradictions topic that seems to pop up a lot in our discussion today. And maybe my approach to this would be to say, what they can sometimes avoid contradictions because they are capable of redefining in a dynamic way what are the stakes. I mean, again, what is true nature of the environment and true interests, and since they redefine the terms on the go, they can perhaps avoid some of these contradictions. As well, the other point I was thinking about is this: of course, they're far-right populists, but they're very nationalist, right? So the strong dimension of nationalism for a long time, since the 19th century, to say so, was this worldview of competing nations. So we have competing nations, and for us to really compete, we need national capital. So the purpose for us is to develop our own capital against other, right? So, and that's quite a top priority. It's not somewhere in the bottom. Whereas the environmental is always in the bottom, right? So if I remember well, our programming, governing manifestos, always the last point is about the environment, never before that. So, but the national capital is always, now we need our own national. And again, going to the 19th century is exactly the same, right? So we are a young nation, we don't have enough capital. We have now to borrow capital from these, I don't know, from Jews to Germans to everyone is an enemy potentially, but we have to cooperate with them because we need the capital. We don't have capital. And that's a fundamental, I think, priority for them, and which solves, in a sense, some of the contradictions that stem. You know, we have some overarching priority developing national capital to a certain extent. They're not, no. And that's why I think they have a very limited understanding or tendency to develop into broader criticism of capitalism, because they still want their own national capitalism.
Thank you, Camille. Now, Edith.
This national capital, which is the asset, it's very interesting because even around the agrarian populists, this is why I was criticizing the meritocratic value of agrarian populism, because it's also about proving the value of even the small farmers. So this is where they play with national capital as production. One, they need to show that, and they are stealing still from but it doesn't matter, the point is the same, like what do we have in terms of production? And I would say that the reason why, at least in Romania, the family and the nostalgia for family and nation and nature are all connected in one other crisis, not only the crisis of production, but the crisis of reproduction, which is also part of national capital. So what do you do with the reproduction that has always been co-opted by capitalism? So I think the crisis of production and the crisis of reproduction is something that I mean, I don't know, we never mentioned the word reproduction, but it is so much connected with, you know, the God, the God capital.
Thank you, Irina. Christos had a question, and I don't know if online you have a last question, but Christos, go on, and then we see.
Oh, the final word. Okay, it's quite late and I'm also tired and hungry. I'm not sure if I can formulate that properly. But I think I would like to invite at least some sort of a reflection, of a sort of a meta-reflection on all this sort of research and study. And it's not a criticism, it's just something that comes to my mind every time I see this type of research that says there is a great idea, let's say environmentalism, and there is some sort of a, I don't know, some sort of an agent that we don't sympathize with that takes over that discourse, no, that idea. No, here it's like right-wing, extreme right-wing parties. I think it's very interesting and it's important to look at those things. But it makes me wonder, in political terms now, no, not so much perhaps, well, analytical political terms. And again, it's not questioning the importance of that. I'm thinking, what's the point of that politically speaking? I'm not saying there is no point. I'm just saying that when I ask myself that question, what I see behind this research as a motivation is some sort of a fear with cooptation, no? That there is some sort of cooptation happening here of a great ideal, of a good thing, no? And of course that is important. I'm not saying it's not important. So for example, I work in the area of degrowth as well, and we're having all those debates how degrowth has been appropriated by right-wing parties in France, for example, no? So I can see some sort of anxiety with cooptation, and then that makes me think, why that anxiety? It's this sort of impossible to construct absolutely 100% solid ideas in terms of risk of being co-opted, no? And so that's where my thought stops basically, no? But I'm thinking, why are we so, are we making some sort of a qualitative statement about the quality of environmentalism, or the quality of degrowth, or the quality of whatever you want to call it, like small-scale renewables, for example, on the basis of its incapacity to insulate itself from, well, you know, cooptation from those forces that were not interested. I'll stop there, thanks.
Yes. Thank you, Christos. I think it's very interesting and relevant, this question. And now we have Balsha, and then Alexandra. And then Michaela. Okay, last round, no?
I actually wanted to respond to Christos' point, if possible. Is that all right, or am I speaking out of turn here? I'll assume so then. I mean, Christos, great observation, great question. Peter Staudenmeier, historian of eco-fascism, I think possibly one of the very first people who wrote about this issue in English. In his recent book, Ecology Contested, it was published in 2022, I believe. He writes that ecology is not really, is as right as it is left, and that there's nobody should like claim environmental thought per se. And to me, this is interesting because it speaks to this fear of, as you said, cooptation. To me, the purpose of writing about this and kind of raising people's eyebrows with the existence of far-right ecologism has to do with not only the fear of cooptation, but first the realization that any idea pretty much can be interpreted in many different ways. And this has two, I think, very attendant implications on the future of the ways in which we address climate crisis. One has to do with outdated assumptions. much of what we talked about here today when it comes to far-right ecologism is basically just arguments from 19th century repackaged, so old wine into new bottles. So nothing terribly new. However, there is something new, and some of the things that we also spoke about today, climate acceptance, all kinds of degrowth politics of the far right, which could be linked to the past as well, but nuclear energy support, etc., etc. I think that if we come unprepared for the bundle of arguments that the far right is going to outpour on us when it comes to the environment, then we are more likely to be less prepared for the second question, which is fighting climate crisis is going to require a very broad front of actors. Do we really want or need the far right on board? And I think this is a very legitimate question. It's very easy to say, no, we don't want to have anything to do with these people. But I think that especially when it comes to topic-based, like very specific issues, we do not usually have the time or even the willingness, as the first example, I think, with the agrarian movement in Romania has shown. You don't have the time to ask people, what is your ideological background? Do you in your free time like to, salute or listen to I don't know, a Horst Wessel lead or whatever? I'm being a bit banal here, but I think that these two questions are possibly going to determine the nature of the battle that we are collectively, I feel, being lumped into. And it's not really a response to your question, but perhaps more as an addition to the concern that you raised.
Thank you, Balsa. Alexandra, you want to add something?
Just very quickly, and actually on the same line, I agree with Balsa, and to respond to Christoph's provocation. And for me, the concept of co-option, or at least using it in an overarching way, it responds to this concept that Bernard Fortnite was talking about, this knee-jerk reaction that green is left, which study of this party obviously shows us that does, and also to a certain moral superiority of the left, to use a bit even more provocative concept, is that we have we are on the right side of history and they're not, and therefore they should let's seek ways to exclude them from the political discourse. But this doesn't. What I think it's interesting is precisely what this concept of chain of demands allows or affords, is that to look beyond the ecological demands in some way may be legitimate. What else comes with? What else in the bundle that Balsa was mentioning? What do these parties bring in? What are the exclusionary dynamics or exclusionary demands that they put together along with the defense of the environment, which to some to a certain extent can be legitimate, and therefore the concept of co-option as a blanket concept is, in my sense, needs to be nuanced because we're not. So anyway, I agree with you, Balsa, in this sense.
Thank you, Alexandra. Michaela, you want to also add something to the discussion?
Yeah, really quickly, because I think Christos' question ties back to something that Irina said, and she was kind of wondering if we are being moralistic when we look at these forces. And I just wanted to clarify, I don't know how Camille feels about this, but while this language of moralization and purity, an ethics of purity, is being very often deployed in social movement discourses, I don't see this enterprise of analyzing, or my enterprise of analyzing these forces, as falling into that kind of tendency of a politics of purity and of moralism. But on the contrary, I look at this, with the hat of the critical theorist who is interested in understanding and figuring out where these forces come from and where they are going. And I think this duty is even heavier on me as they gain into political power. And related to that, perhaps it's controversial, but Latour spoke about the geosocial class that brings together very strange bedfellows under the big umbrella of environmentalism. And I think this duty to understand is even more pressing given that we are bedfellows. And as Irina herself discussed in her work, there is this uncomfortable, unbearable proximity. So if we are to think about practices of political and democratic solidarity, what is the space of compromise? And this is, I think, just a question that perhaps with different words my co-panelists were asking already. What is the space of political solidarity, and what are the areas of big friction, and where are the areas of compromise? And that's me.
Thank you so much. A lot of food for thought and many open questions. I don't know if Camille and Mark want to close. For my side, I want to say that it's wonderful. All the presentations were wonderful. We are discussing who closes the workshop. Yeah.
Thank you for joining us and for coming to this workshop, and hopefully we'll continue collaborating all together.
Sophia, thanks a lot. We haven't answered your question. It's an important question. I was hoping Balša to answer this complicated question, but this is for further discussions. Alexandra, Balša, Mihaela, thanks a lot for being here, for bearing with us. Oh, you cannot see me. I was trying to put myself in the middle. So thanks to everybody for good discussions. We're just a small group of people. I really enjoyed it. So, if there is a real discussion, that's the purpose of these meetings. I think is fulfilled. And now we are going to also to get a glass of wine, a good glass of wine. So we are sorry we don't have you here, but we are going to continue to carry on with these troubling questions about uncomfortable proximities, right? So thanks a lot, guys.
Thank you.
Thank you.